Ryan. Return to this at the very end. So here's a couple of passages. Here's one passage I probably have heard of as it is for you, one of those famous sayings. It exists in the book, very first chapter. He say, if I have not for myself, who will be? We can find right? And the next clause, so is, if I only for myself. First clause says, statement says, I really have to put myself first. I mean, I won't put myself first. What could that one? I'm so selfish, so much. Third, if not now, and science right now, myself, how can I balance these things? Huge statement. I own. They can memorize the entire text of their account. And you can do it over. It's such a phenomenal measure of Jewish wisdom. I will tell you that I can look these images on the internet and look around this room. And here's my site. I think it keep being and it appears some very popular tattoo is written. And that's all these pictures that I have entered on the internet. Forget about what I have done. This is essential. Even the Rothschild arguably his most famous statement. Let's understand a little bit of the historical context of the point. The two greatest centers of Jewish population that in turn of England specifically today at the destruction of the first temple, the exile from Israel, the 6th century before, up through the first civilization is built up. Centuries. That until the 20th century, Babylon or Israel. That was the major center. If you want to think a little bit, let's say before the state of Israel, the 1920s, during the Israel, the 1920s, the first city of Israel was spiritual charge. But later, Chinese food. Babylon is really you. So Hillel, the rabbi, also asked Hillel, the latest way where he these are the for a couple of hundred years the land of Israel.
Yo, how are you? I'm here, baby.
The second the dynasty of the Hashmonaim.
How are you?
State for Rome. He was a client, much feared rabbi that went as a Roman and escaped those massacres. Herod is also famous for having Israel in Jerusalem as a way of narrative that you start the outline of something speak about it in much greater detail in 2 weeks about yeah, so we'll have to speak about that one. His Hillel's life is career with Israel. He ruled, by the way, before the common era. Now let's try some simple things. Uh, which not be taken literally. They may have been describes many years. Say you should live to 120, which is considered a blessing for. So, says 40 years of Babylon. 40 years of reign has been seen that with the appointment 37 before the common era. That would mean he was made see if we take it literally. And if you look at year 20, start calculation, died in the year. This number of the goose in Jewish history. And also Jesus. Youth, he was apparently a good chopper. As an example, self-sacrifice should undertake to study. I quote recent books on him. Also, the book of Bible. And quote from this. So, here's a story from a time. But Hillel, I'm like, wait, this story. No, it's what's the like. When a poor man neglected the Torah shall appear before the divine judgment, he will be asked, and with the other hand, but to do away with the policy mission. Plus, the money that he had no money was not allowed to enter. When coming upon the squadrons of homeless guys waiting, ran down out of China. This happened on Friday before the Shabbat, and during the winter Rabbi, snow started to fall very barely. It was so observed what he was doing that he did not even notice. Before long, he was covered over with a blanket of snow and lost on Shabbos morning, when learning resumed in the house of study, I asked the teacher, Mother, every day the home is well lit by this time. Why is it so dark? Is it such a lovely day today? They raised their eyes and saw the figure of a man outside. Why don't they come in covered with a layer of snow? The snow, they took him out, washed him in the mud. That's what went on there. And people this out. What he became aware of what had happened and why clothes as they attended. Very famous dedications. Those dates that we had. It doesn't sound as frequent. It doesn't sound like a 40-year-old man. It sounds like very intentional. 21. Specifically to study time on anything about his parents, that he sent and said, well, what's the relationship? Very interested in learning, but he refused. It was eventually story goes like this they were looking for someone to take over this position. And one of the problems that they had was another situation where the Passover fell on. And even though this happens on a regular basis for once every 8 years, last year, it's very basic. About what they do. But the sacrifice to sacrifice such a way. Finally, Passover in the year that there are more than 200 Passovers a year. And of course, a smart guy like this. The story has to we have this counter argument. Logic is not enough for them. I mean, they're saying, why do we have to? I don't think you expect anything from Babylon. The Babylon. Right, is he proclaimed? We're asking him this question. Then he finally he says, you may have also this as a Jew, and I'm talking about it. So a misposition. Logic, I put this right. That's different. Because let's do it. Had a lot of intimidated because we weren't yeah. What is relevant though is that arrogance. Let's go out and see what as a whole. They are not puppets themselves. They are children of puppets. They are the students. How to do. Went out and saw some of the shore and or in the anyway, that's a lot about how the truth of their approach to tradition. Now, back to the era that they was again a different in many ways because we have a very, very came from Jew Judaism, question status, with a little bit of the Romans, and a lot of original in particular, it was generally not expected to become more popular. It is Babylonian. The decree that meditate back for lunch basically to believe that it's all right. I'm not saying it's fair to all the affairs of the government. How perfect it says in the process. On to the government. And don't Irish guy this is quite distinct contained right up into the no reference to heraldry proceedings, although and there's interesting interpretation here. Perhaps this is what heraldry yeah, wasn't thing on the Alas, he said he looks at the company and said, complex way of saying this is what and I think state as a same second father the position again initial but this actually well great act shows versus yellow facing Hillel has after their death was a thought found by and they point out we fall ill exceptions to that and they very for incomparable translated things about this is sort of like stories enjoyed it. I thought all four how much 400 two they once meant that to make use this temple. The word that's late operation. Hillel's and really basic. Came out to us, right? Question. Said him. It's meant to be shower Friday afternoon. Question. The reason is I don't have waited for a while to develop. And he can't color yellow had a hair. Ask people yes, sir. You asked a very good question myself. Goes away. Does it 3 or 4 times. And, yeah, it's a question that is a matter of great, maybe angry. You're not true. All the questions. If so, many like just lost that. I said, calm yourself. It's better than another zoo. Drag out of the shower. And I said something about that road. On the other hand, you should the opposite. The just person comes. Start. These are so good. These are like, you know, foundation stories. This is as well. The Gentile came to Shimon and said, Rabbi, how many Torahs are there? He said, Shimon, Torah and the which is heck up. And said, you know, I can believe that. So, but I can't accept the Torah. Not true. But on the condition that you can teach me quickly. I don't know what means what you do. It's on what it said. So what did Shammai do? Shammai, another condition. That's the portion over here. Another donkey came to Shammai and said, only if you could teach me the whole Torah, adding 1 foot. Massive, no expression. And I would put Hebrew. Like very quickly. I don't have time for what you said. Generation. Hearing this outlandish condition, chased him out of the door with the builder's measuring stick he had in his hand. Because you're a measurement. This means something. I can't teach you these things. Because he's a captain. Chases him. this when my family they're hates how and it's about how very important dance and bad parts. I want to talk about it. Oh, yes. So the application, I used to see the clock. To say, you say, good. Myself. Okay. This. Shammai says, come on the street. Say it like it is. You know? Why should I trust? Shammai says it's going to be the way it is. No, it's intuition in your job. Stay away from false report. Otherwise, I will go straight. But the idea is that you said, doesn't matter what she looks like. But that here's this person not showing themselves on their school. Very good. Whether or not good, that was let's fill out for our set. It's a better what exists. You say this, no, we have done worse things to do. It's a big mistake. And first environment, debate and debated. Sure, whatever it means, good for this thing. Have a open sense of university. The fucking voice right now. So another context. These and these words are based shaman, the words are based on the words of the you know that makes so get in a harder position between yes and maybe afterwards. And it's the use of vision is get a sense of how one now. It's a little that I never learned before to prepare this class. It's fascinating. I want you to allow and it's really doubt this thing sounding. Understood. Not be seen naked, do not be seen dressed, seen standing, not be seen sitting, not be seen laughing, do not be seen pain. As they said, a time to laugh and a time to embrace, a time to embrace. So, you don't want to be a trust me. Does that mean? So, the interpretation of the first thing, you know, like, People are that's a weird statement. No. Don't stand no exception. Anyways, that's not our greatest strength. When we put this up, come together. And this well, one thing that can be extremely in Hillel's work, and again, there are was the institution of the legal device of those just Torah itself is a property. At the end of the sabbatical, 37 years, that property hurts. So what that means is you have with a lot of land, it was like part of the property of the collateral. And if it's a sabbatical year, you might say, no way, I'm not going to give you that loan because you're secured for 1 year. I get nothing. I don't get paid. So therefore, it's twice called essentially which would not be allowed. Twice that he was superseded, and therefore would be valid. So collateral about a year would still be valid. No. But you could be those of you who are watching the Philippines, look it up. If you were a street light, 50 years. Anyway, maybe look up this little. At any rate, this is extremely important because it allows the economy to continue functioning, not to speak to loan money to the people who needs under fear that they receive it. Kept the flow. It's important to know one small straight to the Pharisee. Again, this is a topic. Yes. It is. Once I he was the finest of the day. Okay. Now, we'd like to spend a little more time talking about his connection specifically to the Israel vision. Undiscovered. Last page, prematurely taken from this world. People. And this talk what has the divine presence on him? As the generation he could not accept that because the generation was not up to par. Otherwise, I would not get why should the rabbi is the change that's of him? And it is all of it. Hey, what is tell me in that that's true. That's smart. That's just like that's why Babylon is difficult to ask from the foundations of rabbinic culture. Very hostile. Amazing. And also a Talmud Shel Ezra, extremely influential person for the lecture. Fascinating topic. I actually learned a lot about myself preparing this lecture, and I'll share with you some of these small insights into my self-revelation that I had. But I want to start by saying that I have a caveat today, actually two caveats. The first one is I decided I'm not going to start right away with a joke, because I can actually look at the YouTube page and see when people stop watching my videos. And last week I did tell a joke, and people stayed with the lecture much longer, 77% longer actually than when I did tell the joke. So the people that sort of fade me always edit them out. That's the kind of take them out. So I'm not going to tell a joke right away. Invest at least 11 minutes into this lecture, unless I can't move it. Then you'll get the joke. Second thing is, we were doing research right up to the last minute. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce the subject of our lecture tonight, which is horribly embarrassing. Since we're speaking here to a massive crowd in Surfside, Florida, and we have the internet audience. And I'm not a philosophy major, so I'm not sure what people actually say in universities. Let's go for the audience. How would you like to pronounce his name? Milo. Milo, right? Like the dough. Rhymes with Milo, right? So certainly makes sense, and that's corroborated by all the websites I could find that tell you how to pronounce Philo. The problem is in Greek, it's clearly philo. It's actually philo in Greek with an N sound at the end. So I don't know if I appear horribly pedantic if I say philo, or will I sound regular, sort of like an educator, say philo. So I'm just going to go with philo because that is the consensus of the audience. The second caveat is I can't hold back. I'm going to tell you a joke now anyway, so it goes like this. So this is a joke I realized as I was going through this particular lecture that one of the things that tends to fascinate me overall when I study for these lectures is I'm especially interested in the question of Jewish identity. What makes a person consider themselves a Jew? What exactly is it? Obviously, it's easy to consider someone else a Jew and consider someone else not a Jew. But I wonder if one person consider themselves a Jew. Fascinating topic that, of course, is especially relevant with the recent results of the Pew Research poll on Jews in America. And I think we'll find some insights in Philo as well. So the joke goes like this. It's set in Soviet Russia, in the late Brezhnev area, when there's tremendous privation, huge shortages, and in order to get anything, you have to go and stand in line for hours. And you have to stand outside a shop for hours before you get it. So the joke goes that there's a typical lineup at a grocery store. Everyone's waiting to get some basic cucumbers. And people are waiting, and finally the shopkeeper opens up the window and he says, "We've just learned that we're going to be receiving fewer cucumbers than expected today. So all Jews leave the line, go home." So what can they do? That kind of society, the Jews pick up and they leave. Then about 30 minutes later, they're all waiting outside. It's cold. It's like December in Siberia, and they open up the window again, and they say, "We've just learned that one of the trucks bringing us cucumbers has broken down on the Trans-Siberian Highway. Less cucumbers than expected. So therefore, all ethnic Latvians, Uzbeks, Kazakhs, and Tatars must leave and go home. So all these ethnicities have to give up and they all go home." This goes on and on all day until finally he opens up and he says, "We've just learned that the last truck of cucumbers was hijacked by the mafia, and we will have no cucumbers today. Everyone go home." So a pure, ethnically pristine Soviet citizen standing in line all day turns to his neighbor and says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." Okay. Huge flash, right? Okay, so let's go to our topic today. Philo of Alexander. So who was Philo or Philo? He's often known as Philo Judaeus, meaning Philo the Jew, because he was extremely important, as we shall see in Christian thought, particularly to the church fathers of the ancient period. His years are roughly 20 before the Common Era to about 50 of the Common Era. We don't know precisely, but in one of his writings that is dated to the year 42, he describes himself as an older man, and placing it in the context of the various activities. We assume that he probably was corresponding roughly to these years. These are extremely important years in Jewish history. It means that his life overlapped with that of Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel. His life overlapped with Jesus of Nazareth, with Josephus, who we talked about last week, and of course he died shortly before the destruction of the Second Temple and the eradication of the Jewish polity in the Middle East. So what he has to say in this time period should be of extreme importance for us as historians, trying to understand what it means in the big picture. Basically, he was a philosopher. One might say philosopher / theologian, because he was very interested in religion. In fact, that was virtually the sole focus of his writings, was on Judaism and on a Jewish morality as he envisioned it. But there's a strange irony about Philo's life. He was extremely important in the Christian intellectual tradition, copied almost verbatim by Eusebius and by all the other church fathers. authors, and revered as a great Jewish philosopher, but he was totally ignored by the rabbis. And he is completely absent from the Hebrew religious tradition until the 19th century when people began to pay attention to him again. So, what a strange thing. Very, very well published, well circulated author in the original Greek and also in Latin and Aramean translations, Armenian translations, excuse me. And yet, the rabbis have nothing to do with him. They can't even argue. They don't even disagree with him. They just totally ignore him. He's, as they say in Hebrew, chutz lamachaneh, outside of the camp, nobody's thinking of you. So, how is it possible that he evaded all rabbinic attention, receiving tremendous reputation among Christians as really the greatest expression of Jewish philosophy in the ancient period? This, for example, is one of the more fanciful 16th century representations of, as you can see on the top, people who just Philo the Jew. Of course, we have no idea if he looked anything like this, but it's a colorful picture, and I saw it on Wikipedia. So, moving forward, what do we know about him? With the exception of one reference in Josephus, which supports the idea that he was, in fact, as important as one would think from Philo's own writings, we have no references to Philo, temporary references, other than Philo himself. So, like our, attempt to analyze Josephus last week, everything we say about Philo is based on his own writings, literary analysis of what he has to say about, in terms of frontal depiction of his own life, which he does from time to time, or also by reading between the lines about what he has to say about the world around him, that we can kind of read backwards and learn something about him. We can't figure out how this is another 15th century representation. We don't know if this looks anything like him. He's slightly blue-eyed here too, which I'm not sure if it was probably anti-Semitic or something. So, what do we know about him? He was a very prominent individual and from a very wealthy family. We know this primarily because of his description of his relations. His brother, Alexander Lysimachus, was entitled the Patriarch of Alexandria, which was in a very important city in Egypt, as I will show you shortly. We're not exactly sure what an alaparch is. In Greek, the term arch means like leader, like monarch, single leader, that kind of thing. And it appears he may have been some kind of treasurer, certainly though a very high level military, to be sure. We know that he was a benefactor of Jewish causes in Alexandria and in Egypt, indicating that he had significant wealth. He did make a trip to Jerusalem to offer sacrifices, although it's interesting, he just mentions it in a passing, offhand way, like talking about a totally different subject. He says, by the way, while I was going to Israel to offer sacrifices, this happened to me. And we don't know much else about his relationship to Israel and the temple. We know that he obviously had, based on his writings, an extremely strong Hellenistic education, which was a huge expense at the time. Definitely was educated in the gymnasia, the traditional male-dominated universities of the time. In fact, some authors believe, some scholars believe that he is the father of modern misogyny because he had run the negative view of women getting higher education. And this view was duly repeated in many of the church fathers after him. But anyway, clearly a very prominent individual. We'll give you some more evidence of that shortly. Very wealthy individual. He is very well connected, and he was able to afford a life of leisure and dedicate himself to philosophical investigations and publications. His nephew also says something about his position in Jewish society. His nephew, Tiberius Julius Alexander, we don't know how to describe his religious affiliation, but he actually fought with the Roman soldiers on the wrong side in Jerusalem in the War of 70, in the Roman Jewish War. Meaning he was alongside Titus when the temple was destroyed. And unlike Josephus, as a captive, but in an administrative capacity. Some say he even led the charge into Jerusalem, again, based on scanty evidence. But this was his brother's son. And from some of Philo's writings, one author in particular opines that perhaps he directed some of his writings specifically to his nephew to try to bring him back from the brink of completely turning himself over to the Romans. So we get a picture of where Philo was in classical Alexandrian society, wealthy, prominent, well-connected, educated, literate, and as we shall see, politically active. Any questions to this point? Yes, please. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know enough about Greek and Latin to say how this means like faith. It's like the dog's name Fido means faithful dog. But Greek means I love. Like,
user error, please try again. User error, please try again. Eddie, Santa Maria, please fix.
Okay, shall we go right then? Yeah, let's go right. Okay, so let's make sure. So numerous tractates, many of which I observed, they are exclusively in Greek. Some of which survive in Aramaic and Latin translation. I should say Armenian, not Aramaic. That's an error. Sorry. One of the big debates in the among scholars, though, is did Philo actually know Hebrew? Here he is writing exclusively on Jewish topics. He's like the Jewish expert. And it's not at all clear that he knows Hebrew at all. He does make, some references to Hebrew. The writings are chock full of references to the Bible. In fact, that's what he's mainly writing about, is the Bible. And from time to time, he will use Hebrew to explain an allegorical etymology. The problem is that about half of the time he's totally wrong. Half the time he's right, and so he knows a smattering of Hebrew, or perhaps he got this Hebrew information from someone else. And other times, his sort of discussions are like saying something like, yes, the root of this word in Hebrew means X, and it doesn't mean X. You have to be able to think it means X. So many scholars think he knew no Hebrew whatsoever, and he had to rely on a more Judaically educated individual to give him these little pointers. And others say that no, he's trying to make a different point, and maybe his Hebrew wasn't so strong, but he knows something great. Perhaps more importantly, though, and something that he clearly does know very well, is Greek philosophy. He was soaked with Greek philosophy, especially Plato. Again, thinking about the Philo in the transmission of Greek wisdom to the Renaissance, looking a little further, it's an extremely important thing because he was sort of the bridge for the church fathers to take Greek wisdom and retain some value for it, so that once they got past the Dark Ages, there was at least a memory that, yes, there was this guy named Philo who was interested in some guy named Plato, and when the writings began to surface from Arabic translations, there was a desire to resurrect the original Greek as well. So Philo plays a very important role in kind of bridging the ancient world with the medieval world as well. But nevertheless, let's just think about this guy. What is the nature of his Jewish identity? He's clearly a totally committed Jew who believes in Judaism so much that he devotes all his energy to writing book after book about various aspects of Judaism. However, they are entirely written in the Greek idiom, literally written in the Greek language, but more significantly, written in a Greek style, with Greek syntax, Greek questions, and they read like philosophical tractates. He's essentially totally absorbed within the Greek world and then obsessed Judaism. That's an unusual kind of posture of identity that I think we will actually find much more recognizable as we come in the 21st century. So let's just understand a little bit about what is this Greek stuff that obsessed Philo so much. This concept of Hellenism, the word Hellas means Greece, and Hellenism refers to the spread of Greek culture through the Middle East, Central Asia, and all the way over to northern India, places like would be today Pakistan, Punjab, all the way over to Bangladesh. So it happens with Alexander the Great's conquest of the Middle East. Alexander the Great. He comes from Macedon, and as we can have a look at this map here, here he is coming from northern Greece, making his way through. This entire journey was completely devoted to the task of finding authentic Chinese food. And he kept on taking, it was really difficult, but he moves all the way to one of the most phenomenal early conquests of the ancient world. He takes over the entire eastern Mediterranean basin. Here is Alexander, by the way, in Egypt, at the Nile Delta, all of Israel here, and then moves all the way through Central Asia out to northern India. Quite as far as Bangladesh, but way out into this region here. Finally, his soldiers were full. Soldiers are tired, fighting for several years. They want them home. Tremendous regret. He agrees to head back, but on the way back, he dies most likely from alcohol poisoning. He simply drunk himself to death, and the empire collapses. And once the empire collapses, it's divided among three of his generals. And you have this part here spelled by the Ptolemies, spelled with the Ptolman, and over here is held by the Seleucids. This would be Antiochus of Hanukkah fame, and the third is the Antigonids, which is up here in central Greece. So what's really important about Alexander's contribution is that he schlepped along with him a tremendous body of Greek wisdom, which was vastly superior to anything anyone else was doing at the time. They had the mathematics of people like Euclid, they had the philosophy of Plato, Socrates, Aristotle. They had Aristotle actually was the teacher of Alexander's son, if I remember correctly. Did I say Alexander? His teacher of Alexander's son, who may have gotten that up right now. Good thing I'm not paying myself on the internet. I told them. And Greek stories, mythology, art, aesthetics, all of this rational, logical way of looking at the world around them was translated to all these other cultures who were immediately overwhelmed with it. Jews included.
All right, Eddie, Maria, here we go. Let's see if we get this error. I've got a bot. But Hellenism was so
overwhelming.
It works.
Such that you have traditionalists who are arguing that Greek culture was seeping too far into Jewish culture, was going to eradicate it. They had a civil war against the Jews who felt that no, Greek culture is good for us, and we want to accumulate as much good as possible. This conflict with Hellenism, although it was briefly solved in favor of the Jews, in favor of the traditionalists, I should say, in the 2nd century, it continued for several centuries thereafter. And we're talking about Philo, 150 years later, and this fight is still actually going on, and it's not clear where we should feel it in the entire story. So, that question about Hellenism so far. So here's Alexandria, right here on the western Nile Delta. It is the second largest urban concentration of Jews in the ancient world. It is a city, if you will, kind of like, Jewishly, it's like New York compared to Jerusalem. Jerusalem, of course, the beating central heart of Jewish people. That's the concentration of Jews I'm talking about today. And no one would deny that it's certainly the capital. spiritual capital of East and world Jewry. But New York, on the other hand, massive population, not nearly as educated as say, traditional Jews would be, speaking English and things like that. But nevertheless, an extremely important center. And Jerusalem can't trifle with New York either. New York is simply too important. That's kind of like Alexandria in this time. Alexandria was a huge population, multiple ethnicities in the city, indigenous Egyptians, Roman overlords, and Jews. The Jews were extremely numerous, so much so that they ended up taking over more than 1/4 of the city's population, both literally in terms of absolute numbers and also in terms of the actual physical quarters of the city. They ended up moving into other quarters, which caused a significant amount of conflict, as we shall see. The Talmud speaks of massive synagogues that were so huge, in fact, I'm sure you're familiar with this passage, so huge that when they said Kaddish, it was necessary to wave a red flag so that people knew when to say Amen. I'm sure the rabbi was here right now, he would say, all right, we need that in Jew too, but not because it's so big, because you can't hear in the back. They're saying Kaddish, you need the red flag. I don't need to cast asparagus in it. That's right. The Kaddish tefillah exists back then, but the Gemara clearly indicates that. And if I remember correctly, we on Kaddish, fascinating extended meditation on the history of the tefillah. I believe it does go back to this but there are several slight variations in various Kaddishes, and I'm sure you can take those specifically to different places. But maybe I should take it back. In the Gemara, it talks about saying Amen. I think Baruch Shem Kavod Haboed. And it goes back further because Aramaic is a language that Jews stopped using around 700, 800. But let me tell you a joke that reminds me of a joke. That actually connects to this. It has to do with Jewish identity. It's actually one of the funniest jokes I have ever heard. It's not the funniest joke I've ever told, but it is a very funny joke. Think about it. So the joke goes, there's this Jewish actor who's out of work. Don't stop me if you know this. Jewish actor is out of work in Los Angeles. He's waiting tables, and his career is just going nowhere. So he decides, I just got to take any kind of job. Any kind of job that I can find, I'm going to take it. He opens a variety or whatever the trade people there, and he sees in the back, there's a job for a gorilla impersonator. So, he goes, he's desperate. He cannot wait any more tables. He goes and he auditions for the job. On a gorilla suit, and he's a Stanislavski method so he really gets the part, and he gets the part, no problem, hands down. Turns out that the Los Angeles Zoo, you tell my mother the Los Angeles Zoo. Los Angeles, the zoo of the city, recently lost its last gorilla, and they would suffer a loss if they didn't have someone in the cage until people come. So he was filling in, and so he has to take this job. He's in there, he's beating his chest, he's eating bananas, and you know what? He's a big hit. The crowds come around, the kids are squealing with delight. He enjoys performing for them. It's his life calling. And one day, he loves going to work. One day, he gets a little bit too energetic, and he's demonstrating how he swings from line to line, and he accidentally swings a little bit too hard, and he swings out of his area and lands in the neighboring lion's den. Gets in the face, looking straight into the face of a ferocious African lion. And so, because he's a Jew, he realizes, you told the joke already, realizes he has to nail the fact. So he has to say his last words is the great statement of Jewish monotheism. He covers his eyes and says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Right? And the lion says, Baruch Shem Kavod Haboed. And then the giraffe says, shut, get us home there. So that joke somehow says a lot about Jewish identity, about what's going on. Okay, so massive synagogues, huge population of Jews who are very committed, synagogue goers. It says something is, what kind of Judaism are they really practicing? What is going on in those synagogues? My grandmother all the time would say, what's Putzach in the Knesset? What exactly are they doing there? Is it the same thing that they're doing in Jerusalem or not? Philo is a very ambiguous source for that. So let's explore a little bit more deeply. First of all, how does Philo write? What does he write about? The main focus of his work is really the technique more than anything else. This is based on Samuel Sandmel's research. He's a huge allegorist. Everything is some placeholder for something else in his works. So he's writing about the Bible, and he is, engaged very, very deeply in the story, but he is very cavalier with rabbinic sources. We, of course, have a huge intellectual interpretive tradition of the scriptures. Rashi is not especially original in this regard. He is essentially an accumulator of information. He's brilliant in the sense that he's able to anthologize the material. But Rashi is 95% faithful to texts that occur centuries before him. He just presents the material in a completely precise way. And Rashi is already 1,000 years ago. So we have a very long and tradition of how to interpret the scriptures. And there's a huge range of possibilities. And occasionally, Philo will dip into that huge amount of research. But more likely, he's going to go completely off on his own path interpreting these scriptures. And he will interpret the scriptures with a Greek sensibility. For example, let's take, for example, the description of Abraham's two wives, Hagar and Sarah. So we all know the story, of course, so I won't paraphrase it, but Philo writes as if Hagar and Sarah represent philosophical concepts. And while he doesn't want to completely come out and say they never existed, it's almost as if they didn't exist. All he cares about is this idea that Hagar represents instrumental wisdom, meaning like the wisdom you need to be an accountant or to be a physician, whatever you need specifically to do a job. Whereas Sarah represents, supernal wisdom. Sarah represents the ideal wisdom. He wants to describe her as so pure, in fact, that he refers to her as a virgin, which is totally bizarre because after all, she's married to Abraham, and that gets us confused with another religion, which I'm sure was not his intention whatsoever. But he goes so far away from the Jewish biblical narrative that you imagine if you're Rabbi, you would say, what is this guy thinking about? Where is he coming from with these theoretical concepts that have nothing to do with our interpretive tradition? So he never wants to say something didn't happen. For example, the flood. He never wants to say the flood never happened. And many others, he will schlep in Babylonian flood myths and things like that to reinforce that there wasn't a historical flood. But the vast majority of his discussion is about how the flood represents a purge of all dross elements. It represents like a striving for perfection. By the way, in a very Platonic sense, meaning that there is a pure kind of world, pure kind of idea, and this is the imperfect imitation of that. And then the allegory and the task for him as a Jew is to uncover the hidden meaning of the scripture in order for us to reach some kind of spiritual elevation to become excellent in a moral sense based on really Greek sensibilities. So he's writing essentially a Greek book using Jewish topics. That's really where he's coming from. Questions, arguments, please.
So if you go as well as
Some of my best friends name their kids Alexander. agree with you completely. A lot of the archaeological evidence, the Europa synagogue, for example, even has nudes in it, like Greek style nudes in the walls. Can you imagine that? You know, like for example, we have this big scene. I can show you if I get out of this program, but they have the scene of Moses rescued from the Nile, and Pharaoh and all of her maidens are there completely in the nude, standing on the shoreline, and she's in the water, and you wonder, that would not apply in most synagogues today, I think. But so definitely, so, but the idea, though, if you could imagine, if we put this into like, what's the dichotomy here? What's the problem? Is if you could imagine a prominent Jewish writer today, for example, borrowing very freely from Christian norms, speaking with Christian idiom, the epiphany and the immaculate conception, and language like that, and especially ignoring traditional rabbinics completely, or effectively, you would say, well, is this a representative of the Jewish community? Is this an authentic kind of like mainstream idea? Because Philo was a mainstream guy. So what we have to think about is maybe that's the way all of Alexandrian Jews were, so heavily analyzed. But let's take this back a step. This is like saying the Hashmonaim who fought in Hanukkah lost, because this is 150 years later, and look what's going on. This is not, the story that we get in day school where the Hashmonaim had their own ideologically clear Jews, but in reality, we see that the Hellenism is going quite deep. Okay, let's go a bit further. So, what's fascinating to me as well is who exactly is reading Philo. Like, writing, unless he was independently wealthy and he could afford to write things that nobody else read, which is probably the case, but nevertheless, we have to assume he had some position. What exactly is appreciating his materials? It wouldn't be traditional Pharisaic rabbis because they would object to so much stuff that's in Philo. It must be that he had a large audience of committed Jews who were not rabbinic in nature. Committed Jews who were more interested in Greek thought and Greek methodology than they were in traditional Judaism. And they're very comfortable in their Judaism expressed in this manner. This should sound, I think, a lot like contemporary America, where there are a lot of Jews, the majority of Jews, who are extremely happy to have Judaism packaged for them, American, as long as it is, like it sounds American and it fits with what I watch on television or read it, then it makes sense. The moment that it veers away from dominant American culture, maybe that's too much, that's too Jewish, as it were. So it must be that there's a huge population of people who appreciate this. And as we mentioned a second ago, the Hanukkah dichotomy, I wonder how they read the story. I wonder how they dealt with that, because for them, that would have been intolerable, I think, in terms of the challenge to their identity. Let's have a look at some more historical aspects of what I think should be useful for us in seeing how it plays out in a larger context. The most important Jewish event in Alexandria, based on the limited data that we have, was a horrible pogrom that occurred in the year 38. The origins of pogrom are rather complex. So there was a governor in Alexandria, a governor named Flaccus, and he was appointed by the previous emperor. And then when a new emperor came, Caligula, the famously brutal Caligula, came to power, he apparently had 3 of Flaccus's close friends executed, which was, and by the way, this is entirely based on Philo's account. We don't have any other sources of this, except for what Philo says, and what Josephus later repeats. Josephus was a horrible plagiarizer, so we don't know if he had anything original to say or even to critically evaluate Philo's account. It may have just included it wholesale, but it is, basically upheld by Josephus for what it's worth. So Flaccus became very despondent, and in Philo's account, he really wasn't interested in governing the city well. So a few years later, in the year 38, Agrippa I was appointed a ruler of Judea. He was appointed in excuse me. He made his way back to Rome and stopped in Alexandria. So we have a Jewish king, one of the Rhodian kings, stopping in Alexandria. And there's a certain amount of tension between the various ethnicities in that city. Someone told us that Agrippa was a rival to him. I mean, they are neighboring regions, Egypt and Israel. And so Flaccus did not want to outright disrespect Agrippa, but he certainly also wanted to condone public disrespect. So the hoi polloi, the masses, they had a certain amount of anti-Semitic activity, which consisted at first of basically the mounting of satirical plays, ridiculing Agrippa, which were popular fodder for entertainment. Because if you translate that into 21st century terms, that would be kind of like New York City Post, big headlines kind of thing. That would offend people. But it got worse and worse, and then they began to desecrate synagogues. Specifically, some of the Egyptians wanted to place busts of Caligula in the Jewish synagogues, and that was already too much for the Jews. Flaccus, throughout all of this, tolerates the maltreatment of their royal guests. And when the population saw, again, Philo's camp, when the population saw that there would be no punishment forthcoming, they eventually escalated into violence for massive attacks on the Jewish population. And some of the soldiers were, in fact, involved in this as well. Everything really devolved from that point. The violence continued for a few days. However, it came to an end a few months later when the Jews complained to the emperor. Of course, things take a while. The Jews has to travel in the speed of books and so on. They complained to Caligula. This was need to get his attention. They were unable to send their birthday greetings to the emperor on time because of the violence that they were enduring in Alexandria. So Caligula was incensed that he did not get his birthday card from the Jews of Alexandria. He immediately recalled Flaccus to Rome, exiled him, and then he was executed for his poor treatment of the Jews. It's a very bizarre kind of story. Taking it from Philo's account. But what it said, really, is that Philo was especially perturbed with the idea that Jews would be upset with Rome. And he wrote two treatises on this. One was called Against Flaccus. The other one, called Delegation to Gaius, was actually an account written years later of his own delegation that he led to Caligula himself, Gaius Caligula, to explain the situation and to ameliorate it with the attention to Flaccus specifically. It appears that he wrote these texts apologizing for Roman rule, trying to tell Alexandrian Jews not to be upset, because apparently there were many more still upset. Others, a rival group had sent a second delegation to Rome to speak with the emperor about this. What Philo was trying to do is to say, Jews, please, it was terrible what happened to Flaccus, but look, it's all right now. It's all part of the divine providence. Caligula did the right thing. He removed Flaccus from his position, and Flaccus was eventually killed. And we see that it all worked out in the end. Roman rule, he wanted to say, was good for the Jews, and that the Jews should keep their head down and not complain so much, because ultimately it is appropriate for Jews to submit to the overarching authority. That's essentially what his message was in these two pieces, which were written for a Jewish audience to maintain their calm in the face of the cruel storm. Any questions, arguments so far? Yes, please. This is Gaius Caligula. Yeah, very nice individual. Okay, let's go further then. So, what kind of Judaism really does Philo practice? So he's clearly unapologetic about the fidelity of Judaism. He is a proud Jew. Again, it's hard not to make comparisons with 20th century American Jews. One of the things that shows up again and again in surveys done either by the National Jewish population survey or by the Pew Center most recently, is that Jews are really proud to be Jewish. It's one of the high markers. They score very high in terms of Jewish fun. No one is ashamed to be Jewish. They score very low in terms of what they do about it. Like, do they go to synagogue, visit Israel, give to the UJA? And as we've said many times, a lot of them are hesitant to get on the UJA alien list because the only way to get out is through the FBI Witness Protection Program. Jews may not do a lot of Jewish things, but they're still proud to be Jews. So that's the same kind of thing really in Pharaoh. He's expressing pride in his Jewish identity, a belief in the future of the Jewish people, and he's happy to participate in it. In terms of his relationship to the rabbis, however, while he promotes adherence to halakha, he never ever says that one should adopt counter-normative halakhic behavior. He always explains halakha in some completely non-normative sense. So, for example, the whole idea of kashrut is about health and self-discipline, and about learning to withhold oneself from foods just for the sake of your own self-discipline, not for some other reason that may be expressed in the Talmud, just for your own self-discipline, or the idea of we see this in other ones to curb your sexual appetite. Circumcision somehow is a way to moderate your sexual desires, at least men's sexual desires. And one of the things that comes out of this work, which some scholars believe is actually original to Kabbalah, is this concept of the law of nature. This idea that Plato's ideal world is expressed in the natural world as well, in a logical and systematic fashion. That the Torah itself is God's way of expressing a human law of nature, meaning that when you follow the Torah, you'll be perfectly in harmony with the universe as a whole, which is not something that occurs in rabbinic literature. Rabbis reading it today would say he's just making this stuff up. He's not actually bringing it from any midrashic source whatsoever. More significantly, perhaps, for our purposes, there's no question in his mind that the diaspora is a good thing. He never refers to the diaspora as some kind of negative galut. This is before the second expulsion, right? This is the Jews have been living in diaspora. Officially since the 6th century before the Common Era, with the destruction of the First Temple. But he's living outside of Israel in Egypt, of all places, and very, very comfortable with no interest whatsoever in moving to Israel. And that sounds like American Jews too, right? If you're a New York Jew and you love Israel, that's great, but you move to Israel, God forbid. So that's the child, please. There's a huge yeah. That's a fascinating observation. I think it's very much complemented with our analysis because, they have large populations, they have large synagogues, but they don't have large yeshivas. They don't have them because maybe the kind of Jews that they're present is Greek. They have gymnasiums. They have gymnasiums, probably a lot of Jews studying there, but they don't have yeshivas. And I think another important thing to remember is they don't have Jews from the point of time either. Right? Babylon continues. You have Jews in that region right up to the 20th century. But in Alexandria, forget about it. Yes. About 800. Yeah, so this is still centuries before. Okay. So he's not a Zionist at all, in the sense that obviously this is an anachronistic term, but he's not like saying we have to get back to Israel. Very happy living there. But at the same time, he supports Israel, and he is philanthropic towards the temple, and he regards it with value. I mentioned earlier that he did go to offer sacrifice there, and he also advocated on Israel to dissuade Emperor Caligula own busts inside the temple as well, which I'm sure the Jews of Israel appreciate. So you're saying is also to do that. But all taken as a whole, it's hard to say that he's really doing rabbinic Judaism like everyone else. Don't have we can't use a different word for it because after all, he's still, in favor of observing halakha in entirely different reasons. So let's just think about his legacy first. It's interesting because he gains, as I mentioned at the beginning, tremendous fame among Christians. For the church fathers, he is the statement of Judaism. And we should remember that the church fathers fairly early on lost the ability to read traditional Hebrew texts. They're working primarily in the Greek world as well. The Septuagint, I really should have mentioned this earlier, very important thing before I get to it. The Septuagint is perhaps the greatest creation of the Hellenistic period. That is the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible. It's a massive undertaking that in the letter of Staius, the source, and also represented as well, was the outcome of the miraculous occasion. The story goes that King Ptolemy brought together 70 rabbis, and he gave them each a copy of the Hebrew Tanakh. He took separate rooms, and he told them to create a translation, and they would work out the differences. So when they came out of the separate rooms, miraculously, they all created exactly the same translation of the Bible. I have to tell you this because you know, used to say, you call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. Take 70 rabbis, put them in one room, see if they come out with that translation. That would be a miracle. The Septuagint has never been a expression of the development of regions and
so it says unknown error 3 seconds, but it worked. It actually did work. Did it actually log you in? Yeah, it did. So this is an account
for the rest of the
13725. This
Judaism.
Like you get unknown so please, can we fix this? I want it to be really, really
traditional scholarship, and they just totally ignore it. They cut off from the trend of Jewish scholarship. But there's a huge revival in the 19th century when in Germany there's the science of Judaism, which we will study in about 6 months when we get to the 19th century, where there is this tremendous effort by German Jewish scholars to articulate a modality of Jewish identity that is consonant with 19th century values. What Jews have to demonstrate that they are patriotic members of their own societies, at the same time expressing their Judaism proudly. And the Wissenschaft des Judentums discovered that this is great. This is exactly what we're talking about. Here's a guy who is deeply learned in a general culture, and he's very proud to be a Jew, and he's writing, and he's reading, and he's got delegations, stuff like that. And so all of a sudden, the 19th century, Philo becomes a hero in the Wissenschaft movement, and it's essentially restored to the intellectual tradition of Judaism, although not necessarily in the same degree that the rabbis would have. Ultimately, though, in the 19th century, many people think they model of a modern diaspora Jew, a model citizen, as it were. I would like to argue that perhaps his vision of Judaism in the modern world is really one that many Jews have, consciously or not, adopted for themselves in contemporary America. So, at the end of the lecture, I know that you hard and one of these Hellenistic and philosophical reasons. I thank you very much for your indulgence, and I look forward to God speaking to you next week, where we have a super controversial lecture. We're going to look at Saint Paul of Tarsus and early Christianity in the Jewish context. Thank you very much for listening. lecture is going to be about one of Israel's greatest military leaders, the famous Shimon bar Kokhba, who led a courageous and ultimately successful here on a temporal level attempt to drive Israel to retake Jerusalem. This rebellion occurred probably around the year 130 of the Common Era. I have some questions about the specific date, but it's certainly about 60 years after the destruction of the temple, 70 years after the destruction of the temple, and he actually succeeded in driving out massive Roman army, which was incomprehensibly powerful. And the Romans, in order to push the Jews back, had to invest a phenomenal amount of men, perhaps as many as 250,000 troops, to be able to beat down range but persistent guerrilla force of the Jews hiding out in the Judean hills. Another amazing heroic story, has a lot of twists and turns regarding his own personality, including the fact that many of the rabbis felt that he was actually Mashiach, felt that he was the Messiah, the long-awaited Redeemer, none other than Rabbi Akiva, the great Rabbi Akiva, believed that Bar Kokhba was the Messiah. Ultimately, however, he suffered killed, and his venture failed, and Romans were able to enforce a harsher punishment on the Jews, and really forced the diaspora that had begun from the temple in the first century. But anyways, that's a story that we're going to explore tonight. Part of our story revolves around this image, which is not so clear. I'm sorry, I'll get a better one for next week. This is a cave letter. It's a remote cave. The walls, the sheer cliffs that are surrounding the Dead Sea, and it is the great general archaeologist these caves and discovered a tremendous cache of documents, artifacts, utensils that was there by our rebels in one of their bands. So we'll have occasion to look at the documents that were found there, the artifacts found there, and we'll give you some next week as well. Okay, let's get started with the material for setting. So setting the tone for uprising. Recall that this occurred in the context of the Emperor of Israel. Not that Jews were Arab, spoke about last week. Hadrian ruled from year 117 to year 138. And initially, his approach to the Jews and Israel seemed to have been somewhat conciliatory. In fact, there are several legends recorded in the Talmud in which he considered rebuilding the temple, which is an amazing thing. The temple, we should remember, was not only a center of religious significance for the Jews, it was their ultimate national center as well. It was kind of like the White House, the Congress, capital, everything was Washington, D.C. for the Jews, and to have a wall to the temple meant that their very sense of national self was destroyed. So a concession by allowing them to rebuild the temple would have really meant that they felt that they had to pacify and that the Jews could regain some sense of their identity and then they could move on. But recall, we discussed last week, that the Roman strategy of government was one of the era, dividing and ruling, where it's not ready to invest massive amounts of troops and administrators, correctly administered, they much preferred to sort of call up the elite and allow them to run their own government, kind of in a quick fashion, as in World War II, things like Opium and so on. They wanted them to run their own affairs. They just said, you pay us tribute and you give us the proper obeisances, and we'll be very happy to let you run the country. So that may have been the reasoning behind the legend surrounding his openness to rebuilding the temple. I'm going to read you a passage here from the Midrash. And we should understand that the rabbis who are not trying to record historical data as we understand it today. They're primarily trying religious messages, which they will couch within the context of the historical realities of their time, but they will not necessarily be, they won't feel hard bound to be completely accurate in And the left column. A prescription has to be completely exact. What drug, what dosage, how often. Those things are really important, right? Just a lot of people, on the other hand, can employ properly, employ, simile, all kinds of things that you mentioned your doctor said, oh, give him something sort of like Xanax. And you can't do that. It has to be exactly Xanax or whatever it is. So, Midrashic texts also are trying to convey information. I don't know how it works. We can't read them like prescriptions because that's not the way they were written. Oh, so here we go. In the days of Rabbi the Roman government, that's under Adrian, decreed that the temple should be rebuilt. Papas and Lulianos, the rabbi's time, set up tables from Akron to Antioch and provided for the elite from the government. And they set up tables. Principally, it seems to allow people to start exchanging their local currencies for shekels, which is they could currency. Money change. Those Croatians then went and sent to the airport. Anybody who was honored the Samaritan. So we're going to get to them in a second, but that's the next one actually. The Kutim and the Samaritans had a very difficult time with each other. The Kutim were Samaritans and the Jews. They had a difficult time with each other. I'll explain who they are tomorrow. But anyway, here they're going to essentially ruin the plan. The Kutim then went and sent the emperor, we didn't know now, onto the king, that if this city be building, the wall's finished. I love this translation. They will not pay tribute, impost, or total. Said keep the emperor to the Samaritans. What is to be done, seeing that I've already killed an enemy? That they am send to them and say, either change the site of the temple, or enlarge it by 5 cubits, or diminish it by 5 cubits. That they build up themselves to abandon the center. The Samaritans who wanted to ruin the possibility of rebuilding the temple. To Emperor Adrian, you've got people that have a temple. What can I do? I already know that I have a temple. So they said, you know what? Tell him you have the temple, but you have to put it someplace else. Like the embassy could be in Tel Aviv. It can't be in Jerusalem, for example. That was not a joke, but it was like a clip. Keep the clips. Maybe the last the MC today, if we know it's referred to. Okay, the other thing is, or say to them, you can have your temple, it should be a little bit roomier, enlarged in like 20 cubits, which is equivalent of 9 feet, or shrink by 5 cubits. Now, why would the Jews say, sure, let's do it? Because the temple has to be exact, the measurements they described, they're not exactly the way it is. And so by telling them, you can have the temple, but it's be a little bigger, it'll be a little better. So what will happen is the plan of the Kutim, the Jewish one, we'll see exactly how Jewish is more context, but they ruled the funds because the Jews would have to review and ultimately give them that. Tehran, Israel, created the pickup of temporary law with the letters of the emperor arrived. The people began to weep, and a spirit of revolt began to sweep through the assembly. Some said, let a sage stand forth and calm the people. And the sage was supposed to be one of the Pharisees. They said, let Yeshua ben Hananiah stand forth, for he's a great scholar of the Torah. So then Yeshua goes and expounded this parable. It's a good parable, my kids. Once a lion ate of his prey, and he got a bone stuck in his throat. Said the lion, if anyone can get the bone out of my throat, he will get a reward. There came an Egyptian heron who stuck his teeth into the lion's throat and pulled out the bone. Said the heron, give me my reward. Said the lion, be off. Go and boast that you entered the lion's mouth and got out of there safely. So those were the Jews, those were the Yeshua. We satisfied that even though we got entangled with the Romans, we got disentangled without coming to harm. So the parable story is that even though some elements of this may be exactly conform to reality. Maybe Adrian had this policy, thought it might work, and then because of the internal conflict, specifically with the Samaritans, who were significant force in Israel at the time, he would come to That end decided to change his mind. They showed the party that representing the Pharisees. We will do out the temple belongs to the Romans as well. Now, the court sort of stages in a normal Roman fashion, but you saw that there was a chorus of voices saying, fight against the Romans for the stuff of asking us to change our temple. Okay, so let's just go further and try to figure out who are these Samaritans? You've heard of Samaritan. Does anybody know the meaning of that term? So what is the good Samaritan? Use the modern terminology. What do you mean by it today? Stereotype. What does the person have to be American? Here's the problem. Basically, it occurs in I'm sure a lot of my viewers will probably agree. But what happens is there's a disciple who talks to Jesus, or maybe they actually have one of the characters to Jesus. How am I supposed to love my neighbor as myself? I mean, come on, am I supposed to do all these things? See anybody doing those things, right? So Jesus gives you a parable. He says there's a guy who's like drunk, and it's like lying on the side of the road. It's this beautiful kind of like Renaissance feel to it. Guy lying on the side of the road. Along comes a Kohen, a Jew, and sees him, and then passes by. And walks across the street. Then along comes a Levite, a Levi. He doesn't want to deal with it. It's messy. And comes to the street. And along comes a Samaritan, and he helps him nevertheless. He backs him up. He takes him to a hotel. He tells the innkeeper, whatever it costs, pay it. I'll come back to the whole thing. And that is the good Samaritan. The point that we have to understand the story is that the Samaritans and the Jews hated each other bitterly. The Samaritans were a group of people who had conformed to Judaism under duress. And the whole story is described in Tanakh that they were afraid that they didn't convert to Judaism, they were devoured from compliance. And their conversion to Judaism was sort of suspect. A good part of the Talmud, in particular, goes on before do we consider them Jews or not Jews? They come count on the dominion, we're eating. Some of these Samaritans can no later be included in the demon for the mention. Going back and forth deciding are they Jews or are they not Jews? And as a result, not surprisingly, the Samaritans did not like the traditional Jews in return. Ultimately, they divided very sharply, where the Samaritans set up a temple-like cult on hard on Mount Medium, which is, I believe, near Nablus. It's a mountain up near Nablus, and they even they they still sacrifice and things like that because it's sort of the ancient temple cult, but it's this American version. And so at that point, the rabbis said that they definitely were considering the Jews there on. And they have tried to fight with each other throughout the entire time. Another example of how this device is rabbis would announce the new moon. They would signal to far that the new moon has been there, so people would know when it's Rosh Chodesh, when it's Pesach, when it's all these holidays, and they would do it by, fires on far away. You see the fire, like the fire, and so the Samaritans started breaking and lighting fires on their own, on the wrong days. So it messed up the whole system, and we had to go to a printed calendar, and something like to make a lot of money as a result because they could print that a lot of stuff. Anyway, so the story of Jesus, the story is only understandable in the context of the fight between the Jews and the Samaritans. It's like saying all the people of this were used to, and all people of God comes to Samaritan. It's like saying, let's say, in really bad neighborhood, and all of the inner city population, rich people are walking by on the way, they're walking by, and then inner city resident, the poor walks up and takes care of you. Like, Doc, the Samaritan.
I mean, our
All right, so anyways, Jews who are vying for authority in Israel. And they have no right to be normal. The Pharisees, are trying to practice this. Like John, trying to practice they're trying to do something from home. Lots of like stay out of home. The Christians are being persecuted, and they're being by the Romans and they're also being to agree with the Pharisees.
Unknown error, please try again. Unknown error, please try again.
Christian in the 2nd century.
Oh, hey, Santa Maria, please fix.
And their version of Christianity, that is basically all of its most plus one population, especially outside of it, of Gentiles who adopt Christianity. They are practicing no mixed with, but believing in Jesus. So it's a mixed population that makes sense. Well, these are Gentiles, meaning they're like Romans, Greeks, from Asia Minor, all these places, and they think they're essentially pagans. Christians, but they feel no reason to know Judaism because Christianity goes straight to Christianity, and therefore they don't pick up keeping kosher, keeping Shabbat, things like that. And there's internal struggles within the Christian world. Definitely they're united against the Romans and united against the Jews as well. I mean, the rabbinic Jews. And finally, the Samaritans who are trying to have some kind of engagement with the Romans and trying to betray the Jews, as we saw in the story of Adrian. And there's a lot of conflict as a result. To a certain degree, it will affect the Cultural Revolution, but it didn't so much of it in this particular one. So we have basically two major accounts, non-Jewish accounts of the Bar Kokhba Revolution. I'll show you some depictions of the historians there. But there's a broad agreement on the major causes of the war. We know that civil society was breaking apart in the third decade, the second decade of the second century. And there was a tremendous amount of paganism, there was a tremendous amount of banditry, quite a bit of it actually perpetrated by Jews. We have Jewish bandits on the road throughout Israel, and the Romans are not particularly exercising much control. They're not trying to establish a Rechtsstaat, a society governed by law. They're just basically letting it become lawless as long as it affects the governing authorities. There's some amazing stories of these bandits who are kind of, in a way, they're kind of like pious in a way. Like the Talmud, one man who was being led off in execution, and as he is being carried away to be executed, he shouts, "Tell the widow of Shimon that I murdered him on the way to the city of Lord." I can't remember what city it was. But here he is. Why would he reveal that? Why would he say don't be executed? He's letting the widow of so-and-so know that he was the one who killed her husband. Yeah, good question. Anyone want to offer a suggestion? What if the body was never found? Right? So if the body was never found, then she would be an Abuna, would not be allowed to remarry. If she were to remarry, right, I guess they were going to move on. So by going and shouting, "I killed him," that meant that she was no longer an Abuna, was a widow, and couldn't remarry. So then the rabbis got into a big trouble. Oh my gosh, do we accept the testimony of a guy who's being executed? I mean, how reliable is that testimony? They concluded in the woman's favor, saying that yes, the fact that he admitted to killing this guy, he would accept it in order to render her able to marry another man. But that we get a sense of the kind of confused period of time that here's a person who has no trouble murdering another Jew, but he's about the executor, he wants to definitely save this other woman from being kind of but also, so the local governing authorities began to really crack down heavily, particularly one individual named Tinea or Rufus Turnus, as he's known in the Talmud, began to impose some really severe measures on the population to help the a lot of basic practices. There's some debate about which specific ones, the observance of the Sabbath, observance of circumcision, and so on. But there are a lot of like stories of brutality from this one punishment, and certainly escalated the conflict. Now, Dio Cassius, so Cassius Dio, shown here, the Roman historian from the late first century, early second century, or late first, second century, early third century, wrote that the flashpoint for the revolt was specifically hatred and destruction of Jerusalem and its renaming as Agricultura, meaning that was like totally the opposite of its earlier policy of perhaps rebuilding the temple, and most historians follow Cassius Dio in their line of thinking. However, Eusebius, shown here, who was a church historian as a other but non-Jewish, he says that actually the temple was raised, or the island of Palmyra was renamed Jerusalem, was raised further after the revolt. That's kind of a punishment for Bar Kokhba rebellion. So historians at this point do not know exactly what was the flashpoint that caused it. One thing we do know is that Hadrian had just left Israel. He was on this kind of grand tour of the Middle East, and he left Israel, and that's obviously when the Israelites felt, okay, time to finally rise up against the Romans. Dio Cassius says that the Jews had a unique strategy for obtaining weapons. They had a certain amount of gun control, as it were, in the ancient world. Not it wasn't possible for just anybody to just produce weapons. And it made a lot of noise, money, and the raw materials and so on. And the Romans kept a tight control over the weapons that were circulating. So according to Cassius Dio, the Jews were forced to produce weapons for the Romans in their own forges and so on. And the Jews would intentionally make pure swords, meaning like they would have a defective one every 2 or 3 swords, and they would hand these over to the Romans. The Romans say, "What is this garbage?" And they say, "Fat," and they would probably not say fat, but they would give the swords back and say, "Give us better quality swords." And according to Cassius Dio, that's how the Jews were able to accumulate a large amount of metal and a large amount of admittedly defective swords, but they were able to arm themselves. We don't have much evidence for this particular legend, but it's an interesting one. We do have evidence, however, is approximately 125 tunnels found to date that were used by Bar Kokhba and his rebels. Their strategy was to build these underground tunnels throughout, in particular Judea, but also especially and they built these, they hid in there, and they used them, when the Romans approached, they would go up and they would have these guerrilla attacks on the Romans, and eventually they would seize them one at a time, fortify them. The Romans unfortunately had the contrary strategy, but when they finally came in to take care of these, they besieged these towns terribly, and the result. So the underground tunnels were one of the major features of the Bar Kokhba rebellion, and many of them are really quite ingenious and extensive in nature. I'll show you at the end of this lecture, was actually 3 years in length inside a very remote cliffside, and it had 3 separate chambers and all kinds of crazy things. Okay, now the star of the rebellion literally was Bar Kokhba. His name was probably Kosteva, which is probably a family name. But he was known as Bar Kokhba. Kochav in Hebrew means star. And so there was this apocalyptic sort of appreciation of the star. So there was a passage in the Bible that refers to a star that will emerge from Jacob, meaning the Messiah. Mashiach will come from the line of Jacob, and he will create this political unity of the Jews. He will be a brilliant military leader, and he will restore Jews in Israel. And ultimately, that's what Bar Kokhba was able to achieve in his short life. However, his ultimate betrayal of the cause, for various reasons, led to great disillusionment from the rabbis, and they referred to him in a rather derogatory fashion as Bar Kokhba. Kazav in Hebrew means a lie. So the first once son of a star became son of a lie because it was all for naught. Anyway, as a military leader, he was exceptionally aggressive and demanding. We have quite a few documents written in his name, letters commanding his officers to move to this place, move to that place, and so on. But he was extremely abrupt and even to his underlings. He would frequently refer to their punishment if they failed to follow the orders, insisting that his underlings are betraying, do not follow his orders exactly precisely the letter, and then he was constantly threatening them with different things. He also had an aggressive style of vis-a-vis God, and this is something that the rabbis took the task for perhaps post facto. But apparently, when it came to praying for their victories, said to God, "Don't help, but don't interfere either." God stay out of it, and I will take care of it myself. A tremendous chutzpah, but you get a sense of the kind of personality of the man. At the same time, again, it's a confusing period, like the Methodist that we spoke about earlier. We have evidence that while they were in hiding, they were specifically sending requests out for the Lulav and Entra for the Sukkot. Apparently, they were extremely expensive in the Dead Sea, and they had to import them from Yerushalayim or something. But they're also very attached to traditional religious Judaism at the same time. There's no question that in terms of his personal character and ethos, he would not be the chief rabbi of India. But on the other hand, in terms of his military leadership and his brilliance as a strategist, it was and ultimately he was successful in driving out the Romans. It was in this context that we should understand the nomination as the Messiah, because there's a lot written about what exactly is the Messiah in the Jewish tradition. But at its fundament, the Mashiach is believed to be, and there's a discussion of two Mashiachs, with two of them, one following another. But basically, Mashiach is a human being in Jewish tradition, a human being, not the Son of God, obviously, who will lead a military victory and bring all the Jews back to the land of Israel and establish a level of security for the Jews in the Holy Land. And so everything that Rothschild was doing was in fact leading to this. And when he finally conquered Jerusalem, it seemed that the Messianic predictions were all coming true in the person of this Rothschild. According to Maimonides, who the best synopsis of Jewish philosophy and what Mashiach is, of who Mashiach will be, he wrote that Bar could have been Mashiach. He sinned, and as a result, he was killed for his sins. His sins may have included things like the very futzpah attitude to God and things like that. Akiva, the great rabbi of his times, was a some argued that he lobbied for him actively throughout the Jewish diaspora, but he certainly argued forcefully that Bar Kokhba was the Messiah. He was not. There was multiple voices, however, among the Pharisees, and as I think I mentioned in the bulletin, Yochanan ben Karta said to Akiva, grasp the wool from your cheeks before the Messiah comes, meaning that you're going to be dead and buried and to be fertilizing the grass. You can't rely on but to be Mashiach. So it's not one unanimous voice among the Levites. Akiva was speaking to he was one of the greatest holdout, which is extremely important. This is, by the way, some of the Bar Kokhba papers or papyri that have found itself in the present day. So here's a map showing where the revolt was centered. It did eventually spread to the north, but it was essentially the area of Yehuda. That's around Jerusalem to the east of the Dead Sea. A revolt started when Adrian left town about the year 132. As I mentioned, the strategy of Bar Kokhba was to go town by town, village by village, drive out whatever Roman troops were there, immediately take over the entire location, probably had a lot of sympathizers on the local population, dig these and fortify and get ready for the Romans to counterattack. And ultimately, going in this fashion, town by town, village by village, they were able to conquer the entire area, including Jerusalem, which was really quite an amazing achievement. It is one of the many coins that was minted by Bar Kokhba. What they used to do is very soft, valuable metals. They would heat up Roman coins until they were kind of soft, and then they would simply stamp over the emperor's face with whatever new symbols they wanted to import. And let's have a look at some of these symbols here. Everyone recognize this structure here? The Mishnah, or I would say later, the Beit HaMikdash. This is the holy, right? Which was created by Herod in a kind of a neoclassical style, like Greek style colors, things like that. So what does it mean? Our Rothschild is putting this on his coinage. What are his values? They're clearly, very national, religious. Let's get back to Jerusalem. Let's get our temple sacrifice going. That was like a really important thing. This little item up here, I don't figure out what that is. I'm sorry. I'll get another line. This little thing up here. I'll give you a hint. It twinkles. Star, right. And who's that? Bar Kokhba, right? So the star on top of the temple of the Bar Kokhba, the star is shining there. That's several. This is, I believe, supposed to be some kind of lulav. Not possible, but I may be confusing this with another coin. But again, also a religious symbol. The coinage, Stuart Dreamers was trying to figure out the Phoenician Hebrew. So old style Hebrew letters. They say things like Shimon or Shimon Bar Kokhba, for the freedom of Jerusalem. I haven't been able to actually decipher these myself, but I've heard about them other things. So I'll take my word for it. Now, so this is like the high point of the victory was Jerusalem, which held for possibly 3 years. But the Romans counterattacked us, and they brought in troops from all over. The Romans had taken a terrible beating, so much so that in his report to the Senate, the Emperor Hadrian used a key phrase. Normally, when they communicate with each other, the Emperor writes, greetings to you, senators. I and my army were well. He omitted the and my army part, because they were making a beating in Judea, which was, can you imagine from a Roman perspective? You just can't deal with these Jews. I mean, every new generation, they're rebelling. And who are they? It's this tiny little people. The Roman Empire extends from Scotland all the way out to Afghanistan, all around the Mediterranean basin. And they just can't deal with these Jews. Keep on fighting back. What's wrong with them? So he sends in 14 legions. How big is a legion? I looked it up. They vary in size, but the minimum size is about 1,000 troops. And a lot of these troops would have secondary troops attached to them, kind of like squires. So when you figure out what 14 legions mean, it's approximately 10,000 troops. 140 to 225,000 troops were brought in to quell the rebellion. We have inscriptions left by these Roman battalions and legions all over Israel when they were talking about Syria. Court pressed against them. He even brought generals from Britain all the way across the Mediterranean to deal with the Jewish problem. It was definitely a major military effort by the Romans. You can compare it perhaps to, let's say, the Warsaw Ghetto Rebellion, which was also a Jewish effort. There's no way that the Jews hiding in a Warsaw Ghetto would be able to fight off the bulk of the Nazi army. But nevertheless, they made a very heroic attempt of it and sent a signal to the rest of the world. It's a very comparable kind of comparison in terms of the. So the war lasted for about 3 years. We had a coinage that survived that said, Bar Kokhba, Jerusalem, year 1, Bar Kokhba, Jerusalem, year 2, a third that may be read year 3, and then the coinage disappears. So we're thinking that the war lasted approximately 3 years at least. Jerusalem was held for approximately 3 years, but ultimately it could not be sustained. The last stand was in Beitar, which has become a symbol for Jews throughout the centuries. Beitar was one of the last holdout of the Bar Kokhba's rebels, and he had a very enthusiastic level of support from the local population. Talmud says, oh, okay. Talmud says that in Beitar, there were 300 school children who, if they heard the Romans were approaching, would take their stylus and their pens, and they would run out of school to poke the Romans' eyes. Just as an illustration, Tom was trying to say just how deep the support was for the Bar Kokhba Revolution in this town, which is, by the way, is located in a place called, I forgot it, I think I'll have to look it up on the little thing on the internet. These are, by the way, some of the ruins of Beitar in modern Israel. The Romans, however, besieged the city of Beitar, and they simply waited out the Jews. They made sure to seal off any tunnels that may have been dug under the fortifications, and they did not engage the forces for a long time, and they basically starved them until they were forced to try and make a break for them and to open up a siege, at which point the Romans, who had been well fed throughout the and even years of the siege, they simply massacred the fighters of Beitar. The Talmudic descriptions of the carnage are incredibly hyperbolic. Like, for example, they said that the Romans rolled their horses into blood up to their necks. So it's hard to imagine what that would be like. They said that the fields around Beitar were utilized with Jewish blood for many years afterwards, and all kinds of ways. These extensive stories trying to describe how horrible the suffering was. Beitar fell. One of the history on the ninth of which is kind of like the game with so many tragedies that happened to the Jews, the destruction of temples, actually the destruction of the Warsaw Ghetto, the expulsion from Spain, and like a uniquely bad day for Jews, kind of in a sort of like national Jewish bad luck day. It's a really bad time for Jews. I shouldn't joke about it. And Beitar fell on that day. The Romans, in that cruelty, would not allow other Jews to come to retrieve the bodies, and they insisted on allowing them there to walk the August sun without burial. This lasted for approximately a week until finally Romans decided that the should and finally allowed Jews to collect the bodies of the dead and to bring them to burial. At which point the rabbis instituted a blessing in the liturgy, which is read always to remember the Kokhba rebellion and the subsequent burial of the martyrs at Beitar. The blessing reads as follows: Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, the Almighty, our Father, our King, our Sovereign, our Creator, our Redeemer, our Maker, our Holy One of Jacob, our Shepherd, the Shepherd of Israel, the King who is good and who does good for all. For every single thing he did good, he does good, and he will do good to us. He was bountiful with us. He was bountiful with us. He is bountiful with us, and he will forever be bountiful with us with grace and with kindness and with mercy, with salvation, success, blessing, consolation, sustenance, support, mercy, life, peace, and all good. And all the things they can never deprive us. You'll recognize where that comes from, and you probably get it right away. Exactly. It's a fourth blessing and benching. One of the names are so the grace after meal, specifically this one paragraph, was instituted by the rabbis in memory of the massacre of Beitar and the ultimate burial of the bodies. We actually have a lot of practices like that in the liturgy, where the liturgy will not specifically refer to a historical event, but it's supposed to evoke the kind of feelings that the authors wanted. Another example, for example, would be the Rabbi prayer that we read on Shabbat in memory of the massacres of 1096 in the Rhineland. Okay, we'll talk about it later. Rabbi Akiva, through all of this, 24,000 of his students famously did not. So there's a lot of discussion among historians. I'm sure you're familiar with the legend that 20,000 describes the art of counting the Omer. And Spirata Omer, the counting of the Omer, which is basically usually, between Passover and the holiday of Shavuot. And in that time, there's roughly a month of semi-mourning. And mourning includes no haircuts, no listening to music, things like that, no buying new clothes. And it's supposed to be in memory of Rabbi Akiva's 24,000 students who died during that time. Now, the tradition does not state that they died in the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Given Akiva's support of Bar Kokhba, that's the reason that these students would all support them. And timing in the summer is exactly right. So some historians will find that those 20,000 students died in battle with the Romans and not from a plague. The plague the Talmud uses is kind of like a euphemism for the Romans. They actually may have died in combat. But that's speculative. What is not speculative, however, is how the Romans dealt with the last element of what was supporters, including Rabbi Akiva, at which point we have known as the Hadrianic persecutions. Hadrian came back with a vengeance and specifically ordered 10 great rabbis killed in extremely public and demonstrative fashion. The most infamous of those deaths, of course, was reserved for Rabbi Akiva, whose flesh was raked from his body with combs. Chutzpah, the translated, and removed from his body and dragged about the streets of Jerusalem by a pig. There are all these examples which we read actually in the liturgy. In Eila Ezra, we read this on the Yom Kippur. We go through the story of the so-called Asara Kugema, the 10 martyrs of the state, which were the martyrs who lost their lives in the immediate aftermath of the failed Revolution. So we see that these events have directly affected the liturgical life of the Jewish present day. Now, the last element that I find really fascinating about the Bar story is one of the discoveries of the caches of material left behind by the rebels. It's in this thing called the Cave of Letters, which is an extremely inaccessible spot near the Dead Sea, even less accessible than Qumran, where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. It's in a cliff face where you have to walk across these extremely dangerous little narrow paths with a 600-foot drop 6 inches away. This climb on a 50-foot ladder, which of course was not present back then, rope ladder, things like that, to get to this cave with 2 entrances and a massive network of tunnels that housed entire families, the kind of materials that were found in this cave, that women and children lived with the rebels. I mean, you had entire families and who knows how many, maybe 100 people living in these caves for years. They had stocked up on water, which could only be got from about 10 miles away. There's no water otherwise. And they had evidence of ritual influence and full religious life going on inside these caves. They're hiding from the Romans. What I found absolutely amazing, and I had not heard about this before, was buried in the entrance to that Cave of Letters was a small packet, this is it here, discovered in 1960 by the Israeli archaeological team, by General, which contained the personal correspondence of a woman named Rabbi. And in this personal correspondence, we have all kinds of letters describing a custody battle she had over one of her sons, her marriage contract, all of them. Absolutely fascinating to them. These are documents that were extremely important to her. She buried them before she was ultimately killed, we presumed, by the woman, and they were found. So 2,000 years later. So the change of topic next week is to find out everything we can about this woman and try to understand what we can learn from this about the life of women in 2nd century Israel. But let me get back to Bar Kokhba and to bring a conclusion. Bar Kokhba's legacy is profound and continuous in some ways. Profound in that this was the last major military attempt by the Jews to regain their land in ancient times, and it would be a long 1,800 years before they would ever dream of doing this again. It was a heroic rebellion. It was a successful rebellion. And it ended, however, badly in a bloody massacre at Beitar, all of which we remember very profoundly on the liturgical tradition in particular. Perhaps the saddest element was the dashing of the messianic hope that Bar Kokhba represented. But at any rate, I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Next week we'll talk about Bavata, and I hope you have a good night. Well, we made it all the way to the end of the video, so I hope that means that you enjoyed it, or else we're going to fall asleep. But I just want to thank you very much for watching. And I'd like to know my viewers, and either, like to make a little comment on try to respond as much. And if this is useful for you, who might also find this. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? The joke that I really wanted to tell tonight, my joke editor has said that two joke editors, one told me that I said it just 3 or 4 weeks ago, even though it's a perfect joke for tonight. The other one said it's older than I am, so I won't tell that one. But I may tell it later if I just can't hold back. Meanwhile, I have a couple of good and well-good things, but I will start with this joke, which is once again from Dr. Weiss, who helpfully types these up and Emerson the day of the lecture. So Benjamin wakes up one morning, on Saturday morning, and he's in a terrible mood. He says, Mom, I'm not going to shul. And I was joking, but I didn't tell us before. Mom, I'm not going to shul. I'm not going to shul. I'm not going to shul. And Mom says, well, Benjamin, what's next? Says, I go to shul. They make fun of me. I feel terrible going to shul. I said, listen, Benjamin, you have to go for 2 reasons. First of all, 45 years old. That's okay, that's not so bad. Okay. Welfare announcements. First of all, I have to say thank you to Mr. Joseph Ray. I'm not sure exactly how it should be pronounced, but he sent me a nice email, and I like these kinds of emails, so I'll read this one. Not all of it, but part of it anyways. It's greatly overdue. I have been an admiring follower of your online history classes for a very long time. Though I am a businessman living in Antwerp with my family, I give Jewish history classes voluntarily at a local Jewish center for women for the last few years. My lectures are structured very much in the same way yours are, and I too use PowerPoint. I know you've upgraded the software. When I prepare and research my classes, I always watch your lectures. They help me tremendously with the final flow of things and very often draw my attention to new facts and events. I can tell you more. I often steal your tips as well. Anyways, so it's nice to get these kinds of emails besides the hate mail. So thank goodness for it, and wish you a lot of success in your endeavors teaching. And it's wonderful that you do this for your community. Okay, so tonight's lecture is, of course, on Spinoza, fascinating figure, and one that really I've been thinking about for a long time, and I was really grateful for the opportunity to speak to you about him and give me a chance to do a little bit more research, because one of the larger areas of research that I find fascinating is the whole concept of Jewish identity. What exactly is a Jew? Who is a Jew? When is a Jew considered in the community, out of the community, or as the Hebrew phrase goes, in the camp or outside the camp? Those kinds of questions I find very fascinating. Spinoza is an excellent test case. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by our good friends Mally and Steve Schwartz, who are here in the audience. My joke auditor, of course, is Steve Schwartz, and they're going to be the honorees for the dinner this year. To give a round of applause. They do fantastic things for our community. Mally is the unsung but very much accomplished historian of the shul. She's worked on a significant work which has been published so far privately, but the manuscript hopefully will send to a significant journal, because there's a lot of fascinating history here at Surfside, and she's done some tremendous work. Steve is, as I'm sure all aware, a tremendous cantor, not only in terms of his vocal strength, but his intellectual appreciation of the meaning of the truck. As I was just saying to my 12-year-old son, as we were starting his bar mitzvah lessons, the Hasidic masters say that the Torah has 3 levels that correspond to the 3 levels of the soul. The lowest level, the nefesh, is corresponding to the letters themselves. But the letters, without the consonants, cannot be pronounced. So the next level up is the vowels that are added to the consonants so that you can make words of them. But the highest level of soul, which is something that only a person like Steve can really reach, is the trust. When you're able to get those words with the vowels and set them to the music that people can appreciate. So both Molly and Steve are really grateful, and hope you'll support the shul and come visit them, honor them later in February on the 23rd when we have the dinner. 5774, right. Right. We're going to honor them next year too. Thank you. I never edited videos, that's why I'm in trouble. Now, one more thing, Walter, this is something special. I'm going to try and use a little more videos in our classes. But I have one that is kind of like a personal video. It's my son, Alexander. It's a minute long, so it won't take too much time from our presentation. Mr. Rodriguez, you want to focus on the screen here for a second? Here we go. The video was made by my talented daughter, Denny Malka. Yeah. No, that's brothers. Okay. Thank you. So, what this is all about is my son Alexander is quite a runner. He ran his first marathon at 14, which was pretty amazing. He definitely runs moving. And he is going to be running in Miami Marathon next month for Team Friendship, which is a really great community organization that helps mainly children and teens and some adults with various disabilities, especially autism, things like that. If you're interested, please visit the website. You can donate to Team Friendship. Okay, that's it for the good and fair. Let's go straight to the material tonight. How long is the marathon? 26.2 miles. 26.2, yeah. Okay. Now, who was Baruch Spinoza? 17th century philosopher. He is one of the greatest philosophers of the modern age. He falls into that category of people like Moses Maimonides and Einstein, for example, whose fame outside the Jewish community really outdistances their fame inside the Jewish community. And in fact, it's a little bit ambiguous to even put him within the parameters of Jewish history per se, because his greatest contributions are beyond the scope of what is specifically Jewish. Many more liberal thinkers want to claim him as a Jewish philosopher per se, and in fact there are elements of his philosophy that we will discuss at least in brief tonight that are consonant, certainly inspired by Jewish ideas, but ultimately the main connection that Spinoza has with the Jewish community is negative, because he was forcibly removed from the Jewish community of Amsterdam in an unusually harsh act of cherem, or excommunication. The text of it that I would like to read it to you later on in this lecture is a very rare step for a community to specifically single out an individual, excoriate them publicly, and then forcibly remove them. But that is in fact what happened to Spinoza. So the regenerated son ultimately ended up influencing world philosophy, European philosophy, the intellectual tradition ambition at a tremendous level, but in the Jewish world, he was cut off in a very dramatic and, in fact, permanent manner. The question that, and this was happening, by the way, at age 23, he might have been 24, before he even published anything, before he had made a mark on the world of philosophy. And one of the great exercises of intellectual historian has been to try and perform the archaeology of the events that led up to that excommunication and try to determine exactly why community took such a drastic step. It is far from clear, but I hope towards the end of the lecture to give you some of the theories that are circulating regarding his excommunication. And I think that actually has a lot of implications for our own communal standards today, our own sense of identity, and ultimately our sense of who is a Jew, who has the privilege, the right, the responsibility to remain within the community, and who perhaps might be better served outside the community. So we'll hopefully explore that over the next 40 minutes or so. His background, originally from Portugal. His grandfather was among those who were expelled in 1497, possibly somewhat earlier from 1492 in Spain. We're spending a lot of time these last few weeks looking at people whose lives were affected by this cataclysmic event with something that many of the thinkers of the 16th century felt, the 17th century felt was like a split in the world that required tikkun olam, because how could it be that the most powerful, the most intellectually superior, the spiritually most advanced community of Jews in the world was suddenly devastated within a single year in the case of Spain, and then 5 years later in the case of Portugal. So in many ways, Spinoza's own experience is an aftershock of that tectonic shift that we saw in 1492. His grandfather came to Amsterdam with his infant son, Michael, who was Spinoza's grandfather. So Spinoza had direct contact with one of the refugees themselves, his own grandfather. His father was a very successful merchant, and we have plenty of archival records from the period that indicate that he was a lay leader in the synagogue. He had a position of some authority. They had a very prominent house close by the synagogue, and his father had significant leadership role there, which makes the eventual expulsion of young Spinoza from the community all the more poignant. Michael Spinoza was not lucky in love. He was widowed 3 times. His second wife was the mother of Spinoza, who passed away when Spinoza was a young boy. Spinoza was ultimately raised by one of his older half-sisters, and there was a considerable amount of family dysfunction between the half-siblings, all children of Michael, that we will see playing out in Spinoza's own lifetime somewhat later. We should just spend a little bit of time talking about Amsterdam, though, which is a fascinating, interesting, not exactly footnote, but sort of a tributary of Jewish history at this time. The Netherlands were under the control of Spain until 1588, and Jews were not allowed within the territory. Under the Union of Utrecht, there was some movement towards granting freedom of religion. That freedom of religion was a very difficult one that, in many ways, now that we're speaking a little bit in Quebec about Northern Ontario, maybe I'll relate to that a little bit. The people of the Netherlands were sandwiched between the French Calvinists and the German Lutherans. Byproducts of the still quite young Protestant Reformation, and as a result, there were significant doctrinal disputes between these two Protestant movements. The only thing they had in common was their hatred for the Catholics, and as we shall see, that had some ironic implications for the early Jewish community at the time. What it reminds me of in my own life is I grew up in a small town in northern Ontario called Iroquois Falls, Ontario. If you ever look at my Wikipedia page, there are 6 famous people from this town, population 4,500. I'm one of them, I'm proud to be one of them. 4 of the others are professional hockey players. So you get a sense of what kind of town this is. But what's interesting about it, for our purposes, is that it was almost evenly divided in population between Anglophone Protestants and Francophone Catholics. And it was tremendous, the degree of conflict between these two bifurcated populations, and the kids who had it in many ways the worst were me. I was a Jewish kid, and Xinhua, right, my Chinese friend Peter Chin, who's now a lawyer in Toronto, and there was a black girl who lived about 3 miles away in Matheson, and we had it the worst because we didn't fit in either camp. So this is a lot like what the Jews of Amsterdam were like at this time as well, because obviously they're not Catholic, not Calvinists, and they were not Lutherans. They were somewhat different, but there was always a little bit of a push and pull over what do you do with the Jews, which camp do they fit in, which camp do they sympathize with, and certainly they should not be associated with the Catholics. And within this kind of tenuous environment, where there is at least nominal allegiance to the concept of religious freedom, it was obeyed more in the breach than in its observance. And the Jews had a unique kind of pressure placed upon them to conform to orthodoxy. And I say here orthodoxy with a small o, meaning conform to the status quo. Jews should not step beyond their boundaries, socially, religiously, and otherwise. In this context, I'd like to introduce you to a theory that was advanced by a European colleague of mine named Heinz Dietrich. Wrote a tremendous piece on the evolution of anti-Semitism as a consequence of Jews stepping beyond their borders. Meaning, it is his contention that anti-Semitism is protected. I would say anti-Semitism is quiescent and does not, raise its ugly head, except in those moments when Jews begin to challenge traditional norms, when Jews begin to seek out new employment, seek advancement in educational institutions, to seek advancement in cultural institutions, when they begin to break beyond the boundaries that society has placed for them, that's when they begin to test the kind of practices that have been laid out for them so far. Was specifically referring to the 19th century in the Russian Empire, where the advance of socialism and other secular movements were beginning to attract Jews away from traditional orthodoxy, not to mention Zionism as well. And in that, he says, exacerbated tensions with the Russian population, which ultimately led to pogroms and so on. I think a lot of this can be said about the Amsterdam Jewish community, in that there was officially a level of tolerance, but the Jews should not get, to use an American term, the Jews should not be going beyond what is their acceptable borders. And once they start challenging some of those boundaries, that's when anti-Semitism can be felt in the community. So in this context, it seems that the Jewish community of Amsterdam, and of course, we're talking now about the 17th century, there is no non-Orthodox community. There is no liberal congregation. There's only one congregation with one leadership, by way of the highway kind of Judaism, and the community itself is a little bit unhappy anyone who's non-conformist. They want to try to keep everyone in line. So let's bear that in mind as we go through the Noah's story, because I think there's a lot of other reasons for his excommunication. Okay, I'm going to pause for a second to sip my coffee, and I will ask if there are any questions. Yes, please.
I was under the impression that we're not supposed to follow the benevolence, but actually, in particular, the Jews would like it because of the biblical feelings and of high reflexivity and so forth and so on.
I'll tell you exactly. What happened. It's not entirely that they were invited, but they were not disinvited once they moved their economic work. It reminded me of a joke for a minute, and then I lost it. It was like just right there, and excuses for okay. All right. No, it's been a long time. The car with no pedals, no brake pedals. Yeah, okay, all right, okay, anyway. So there are legends of Jewish settlement in the Netherlands, which are fascinating. And legends always have some kind of kernel of truth, but often are exaggerated. beyond measure. It's a particularly fascinating one where the origins of the community in Amsterdam relate to a particular Portuguese Jewish woman who was somehow, when they were fleeing Portugal, she got on one of these English boats, and the Duke, who was the captain of this boat, somehow fell in love with this incredibly beautiful woman, and import turned her and tried to get her to marry him, and she refused, steadfastly indicating that she was a Jewess and she would not do so, but she was apparently so strikingly beautiful that when they landed in England, the Queen herself drove her around London in an open car because her beauty was something really, to develop about, so to speak. That's the English term they use. And it was like something shocking. It was kind of like a princess story in reverse. That here's a princess who refuses to marry the prince because he is not Jewish. Boy, I got so many jokes, but they're really not kosher. I can't tell those. So, and then she ended up moving to the Netherlands. That's one of these kind of like stories, these origin stories. What we know happened from some of the record books, however, is that even though Amsterdam had never formally allowed Jews to enter, they entered anyways. 1593, so that's really quite early, right? The actual expulsion is 1497. It's a typo. No, it's okay. We have Jews, Portuguese Jews, surreptitiously moving into Amsterdam, and they're claiming status not as Jews but as Portuguese merchants, which is true. They were from Portugal, and they were merchants. They just didn't mention that they were always Jews. But again, in this anti-Catholic atmosphere, there are a lot of suspicions about, what are those Jews doing? What are those Jewish merchants up to? And there were suspicions that they were actually Catholic, not Jewish. So they organized an armed raid on one of these Portuguese Jewish homes, thinking that they were actually holding Catholic services. They didn't realize it was actually Yom Kippur. They were dominating in a home. They arrested all of them. And by the time it got sorted out, they said, listen, we're not Catholics. Don't worry, we're actually Jews. I said, okay, Jews, fine. But they had to decide what to do with them. At that point, they talked about their economic acumen and their resources. And they said, okay, fine, you're here already, as long as you're not Catholic. So, here's the egg, and that's how the Portuguese community was established ultimately in Amsterdam. But it took a long time for that small beginning to actually flourish into a community. And we have to bear in mind the very, very tenuous nature of their toehold in Amsterdam. They did not get official permission to have public worship until 20 years later, and they did not have official permission to get a citizenship until 1657, almost 75 years later. They had difficulty establishing their congregations and enlarging their congregations, and everything was always proceeding. It was a little bit like zoning committees that maybe some of the people in this room are familiar with. It's very difficult to get these things pushed through, how much more so in Amsterdam. And again, this kind of atmosphere, a distrust of the Jewish community, a grudging acceptance, is something that certainly had an impact on Spinoza as well. So let's talk about Spinoza himself. He was born and given the name Rothschild, which of course means blessed. Later on in life, after he was excommunicated and he was writing in Latin, he chose a Latin translation of blessed, benedictus. The term in French, bencher, to bench at the end of the meal, for example, is also derived from the same term baruch, although this time through French root. But he was known as Bonto by the Portuguese root. He received a very traditional Jewish education. The most prominent educators in Amsterdam at the time, rabbis who were famous on their own right for various things they published. And also, fascinatingly, he was not taught by closed-minded, very insular kind of rabbis. He was taught by rabbis who themselves were sometimes censured for being perhaps too open in their attitudes, translating certain texts into Hebrew or out of Hebrew into vernacular languages and so on. He received the kind of education that you would associate with, a good, balanced education of secular values, history, mathematics, literature, and so on, with the Jewish education. So the idea that somehow, he broke free is simply not corresponding to the reality of his upbringing. He received a very well-balanced education that was offered by rabbis who themselves were very comfortable in the milieu of 17th century European culture. However, towards the end of his teens, he came under the influence of a deeply Jesuit priest named Franciscus, who was someone who was asked to lead the church because he was known as a free thinker, that he had significant questions about Catholic doctrine and Catholic theology, and it was from him then who ultimately taught him Latin and introduced him to the wider world of thought as a whole. He ended up living with Emden for quite a while, and as we shall see, he formed a relationship of sorts with his daughter, who was 20 years his junior. But it was under the time that Emden, where Spinoza really began to encounter the world of ideas as a whole. Without a doubt, the most prominent influence on young Spinoza was René Descartes, who was a very famous French philosopher, who was also a devout Catholic, although not necessarily in the dogmatic mold of most of his peers. I'm sure you're familiar with his most famous statement, Cogito ergo sum, which means, usually as I think, really means I perceive, therefore I am. Let me take a moment just to talk about Descartes and the sense of how his philosophy could really shatter Spinoza's entire Weltanschauung and affect the way that he went through his own philosophy. So, Descartes, of course, the author of many works, but the most well-studied are his 6 meditations on first philosophy. And in these meditations, they kind of begins with the proposition that nothing can be relied upon. But absolutely nothing is true. Everything that he's investigated in life, religion, politics, Greek philosophy, there's no way to really get on solid ground. So Descartes says, this is first philosophy. I'm going to start with the assumption that I cannot rely on anything being true. And then, like building an edifice on a strong foundation, I will only build my philosophy on those elements that I can absolutely say with certainty are true. And ultimately, he says, I'll be able to form a solid edifice upon which I may rely. So he starts by saying, what do I know? I don't know anything. I don't know if this table that I'm writing here exists. I don't even know that I exist. I don't know if the breeze on my face is real. Nothing. This is, by the way, the actual way he writes. It's very, very compelling text. It's only about 150 pages in length, and it's really quite engaging. And then he says, well, wait a second. So what's real is I certainly feel the breeze on my face. I feel the pen in my hand, the quill in my hand. I feel my weight in the chair. So there are 2 possibilities that exist. Either these things actually exist, I exist, in other words, to feel them. Maybe the chair as itself doesn't exist, but I have a direct, immediate sensation of the chair, so I can't deny that fact, I sense it. So either I am here to sense it, and it's there, or some evil genius is confusing me and giving me the sensation of this chair and this breeze and so on. Like I'm dreaming it, or I'm under, say, hypnosis or something like that. But in either case, whether it really does exist, or whether an evil genius is making me think it exists, I know I must exist, because there's no other way for me to feel it. That's the root of the concept. Cogito ergo sum. I feel, I perceive, therefore I am. And he says that's the first principle. I can stand on that principle. I know I exist. At that point, I'll appreciate him. That's your first statement, I know I exist. Then he goes on from there to describe, for example, the existence of God. And he has a very appealing group called the teleological argument, which is really a restated version of St. Anselm's argument for the existence of God. We're not going to go there because it would take a long time. I know that Lisa, you're not going to let me go tonight until I tell you the teleological argument for the existence of God. But he ultimately ends up recreating one amazing thing, 17th century French Catholicism, exactly the way it was before he started first philosophy. Everything worked out exactly as he planned. It's ironic that a lot of these religious philosophers When they start out, they say, I'm not going to believe anything, but by the time I get to the end, wow, look at this, the religion that I believe in all along is exactly right. Immanuel Kant did the same thing in his Religion in der Grenzen von Größen Vernunft. Religion, that's funny, just even saying it, about St. German, Vernunft is a funny word. Religion within the boundaries of reason alone. It starts out believing nothing, and ultimately when it gets to the end of the book, look at that, this one isn't beautiful. So that's essentially Cartesian theory. Of course, we know all the term Cartesian in mathematics, the Cartesian graphs, things like that. I'm not sure if that's the car. Maybe Mr. Rodriguez. But it is Cartesian. Okay, thanks. But that's the way of thinking, the idea of breaking everything down to zero and starting over again with no reliance on revelation, no reliance on a biblical text, no reliance on a prophet. You're starting from what you can logically prove had a tremendous impact on Spinoza's mind. His philosophy is in many ways proceeding along the same lines as the past when reading Descartes. I think you can also hear his description of Descartes, the spirit of the age, whereas the German term has it, Zeitgeist. The times, the way people were like turning away from old-style religion and saying, wait a second, we could do this on our own, with our own brain power, with our own reason. That was the beginnings of modernity in the larger sense of the term. Okay, so Spinoza's philosophy, I only want to take a few minutes to talk about it because I haven't studied it in great depth. But I've read a little bit enough to be able to say at least a few words without stopping too much at all. Ironically, Spinoza has been excoriated, especially in his lifetime and shortly thereafter, as an atheist, which is really a misapplication of his ideas altogether. This image of him says here, Benedictus de Spinoza, Judeus et atheista, right? Jew and atheist, right? There's a story, I think. You see, Rabbi is here. Maybe you told me the story about I think it's Rabbi Shlomo Karloff. He was speaking to a group of college students and says, okay, I want to know, who are you? And someone put up his hand and says, I'm a Catholic. Someone else put up his hand and said, I'm a Lutheran. And someone put up his hand and says, I'm a Jew. As soon as you say atheist, it's almost always the Jews who are the atheists, right? But ultimately, that's a misunderstanding of Spinoza's thought as well. The quote Novalis from Empiric refers to Spinoza, I think correctly, as God intoxicated. And for Spinoza, he held the concept that God was literally everything, that there was no space where God was not, an ens absolutum infinitum, meaning ein sof, or ein od milvado in Hebrew, there is nothing other than He, which is a time-honored Jewish thought. Definitely must have received these influences through Kabbalistic teachings or so on, which was circulating, but it is a difficult thought theologically, because ultimately, if we really believe ein od milvado, that there is nothing other than God, then what exactly are we? What exactly is our consciousness? What exactly is the material world? Are we going to say that every material thing is also God? To a certain degree, that completely nullifies the very meaning of the term God, if we say that all is God. We say it in a kind of like a passing way, perhaps, we don't actually think about it deeply. For Spinoza, he thought about it deeply, and he believed that, in fact, the entire world was an expression of divinity. Even the most mundane expression of godliness was, in fact, godliness. I happened to be reading Tanya, the famous work of the first Rabbi, as I was preparing this lecture, and the same concept happened to come up in the daily study of Tanya over the last week. So it's not at all a foreign thought to Judaism, this idea that everything is God. The philosophical divergence between Judaism and Spinoza definitely lies in the concept of God's consciousness, of God's action in the world. The God that Jews believe is a God that is active in the world, a God that intervenes in the world, that will create a miracle. The concept of Mishkakat, aware of what is happening to every human being, and in fact, every animal being and every being that somebody directly thinks that's not Spinoza, but that is definitely Judaism. So there's a clear divergence, and he definitely will not pass the Maimonides Man of the Year award.
And I'm doing it right
now. There is no question that Pelagius would be totally misunderstanding his thought.
Here,
he also believed that contemplation of God was the ultimate expression of human identity, and that deep contemplation of God was ultimately the greatest form of immortality, that somehow by constantly thinking of God, one would achieve a type of immortality of the soul. I'm not exactly sure how these pieces fit together. There is a wonderful book on the topic which I have not read, but one of the criticisms that was levied against him was this idea that he did not believe in resuscitation of the dead, revival of the dead, but in fact he did believe in an immortality of the soul, which he called in Latin amor intellectualis, the love of God that is of the intellect, an intellectual contemplation of God at all times. When you look at these kinds of ideas, however, it's not hard to see that he did not view with favor the authenticity of the Bible as we have it today. He did not value that every verse in the first 5 books, for example, was actually handed to Moses from God as we have it. He felt that it's clearly it's a human invention, perhaps inspired by this larger concept of godliness, but he was openly critical of the what he considered a credulity that people had that the Bible was actually somehow the divine word of God. It was in Spinoza's God, it would have been beneath his dignity to actually try to capture himself within words directed to a specific nation with expressions of specific requirements of behavior. That's not at all the way Spinoza thought. And ultimately, this opened up a breach in the way in which the Bible was approached, and it is upon Spinoza's shoulders that much of what's called the higher criticism of the Bible evolved. The criticism of the Bible that reached its apogee in the 19th century with the attribution of multiple authorships to the first 5 books in the Bible and so on, really rests at Spinoza's front door, because he was the first one to really open up this concept of the Bible not necessarily being divine, at least not in a meaningful way divine. And he also had a lot to say about politics, boiling things down to its basic essence, in which he believed, for example, that all politics are really an expression of the desire to maintain one's existence, to persist in existence. And he understood the idea of religion and politics being intrinsically related one to another, as is in the title, most famously, Tractatus Theologica Politicus, the tractate of both theology and politics. Wow, heavy stuff. Now, with the philosophy, what ended up happening to his life, he made a living. He never was famous during his lifetime. In fact, much of his most famous work was published posthumously. He made his livelihood as a lens grinder. Optics were at this point in a significant level of development, and people were taking lenses with grinding machines and grinding the glasses down to get them to the right shape so that they would focus appropriately. He would work over a bench with a grinding stone day in and day out, constantly breathing in the fumes and the dust particles from the lenses that he ground, so much so that he died a very early death at the age of 44. On a personal level, he never married, although he apparently did extend a proposal of marriage to Francis von Emden. Remember him, he was a secular teacher that they brought Jesuits. And she ultimately declined his offer, and she married someone who may have been his rival, who, the uncharitable stories circulating indicate that she did so for a pearl necklace that this other gentleman was able to offer her. There was a philosophical colleague of Spinoza. They had a long and extensive philosophical discussions, but he ended up going into business and became very successful, and the young Clara chose him over Spinoza. Speaking of father of daughters who just marriage away, I don't think it's such a bad choice. But nevertheless, there's a lot of questions about this rumor. It's not even clear if he really did this relationship with Clara at all. Now, the elephant in the room, what's known is, of course, excommunication. What exactly was going on there? As I mentioned earlier, he was a young man. He was only in his early 20s, and the various sources put it as he was 23 to 24 years old. The text of the document is incredibly harsh, and it stands out even against other excommunications that were used at the same time. I'm going to read it to you in just a moment. But it includes phrases like Spinoza should be cursed by day and cursed by night. People were, not only was he forbidden to come to synagogue, people were not allowed to stand within Dalit of him. Literally, you could not stand within 6 feet of his presence. And this was a permanent harem. It was never revoked. He did, as we shall see, make some sort of response to this harem, but ultimately it was a complete severing of his relationship with the community. And again, we're talking about a kid in his 20s who hasn't really done much with his life yet. What was the cost of it? Okay, here is the text of the actual harem. I think a bit of feel for it. Okay. The lords of the Mahabad, which are these are the lay leaders. They're not rabbinical leaders. These are like the board of directors of the synagogue pronounced. Having long known of the evil opinions and acts of Spinoza, they have endeavored by various means and promises to turn him from his evil ways. But having failed to make him mend his wicked ways, and on the contrary, daily distributing more and more serious information about the abominable heresies which he practiced and taught, and about his monstrous deeds, and having for this numerous trustworthy witnesses deposed and borne witness to this effect in the presence of the said Spinoza, they became convinced of the truth of this matter. And after all of this has been investigated in the presence of the honorable sages, they have decided, with their consent, that the said Spinoza should be excommunicated and expelled from the people of Israel. The sages, of course, would be the rabbinical leaders of the community. And the decree reads, by decree of the angels and by the command of the Holy Man, he excommunicated, expelled, cursed, and damned Lord Spinoza with the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of the entire holy congregation, and in front of these holy scrolls with the 613 precepts which are written therein, cursing him with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, and with the curse which Elisha cursed the boys. That was when they were bothering him, and then the bears came and ate them. And with all the castigations which are written in the book of the law, cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord will not spare him, but then the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, and all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him. And the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven, and the Lord shall separate him unto evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this book of the law. By you that cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you, this day. No one should communicate with him neither in writing, nor accord him any favor, nor stay with him under the same roof, nor within 4 cubits in his vicinity, that's about 6 feet, nor shall he read any treatise composed or written by him. That's a really strong phrase of excommunication. Let me pause before we go into the discussions of why. Any observations that are salient or questions? Islamic comment is, it sounds like an Islamic fatwa.
One of them.
I don't know that much about fatwas, but it definitely is a strong communal statement. And let's remember, too, that we're talking about a period where there's no such thing as secular identity. The idea that you're part of the community, of a community, doesn't exist. You're either a Jew, or you are a Lutheran, or you are a Guinness. It's got to be something. It's just at the beginning of the year where people can find localities on fire in any specific group. So it's not like you can just, go to another shoe.
Here.
Yes, please.
We're
That's a good question. Okay. No, that's fantastic.
ghetto.
Well, one of those things where, like I say, there are a few rabbis in the room, so I'm not a rabbi, so I'm like not a card-carrying member of the establishment. It's like vows. It's not that we're not allowed to make vows. It's that we're strong, discouraged from making vows. If we make a vow, we really have to see this. That's why we make them by accident. We have cold injury. So curse is also, we're not supposed to curse, but we do have the power of cursing. In fact, you're putting the whole person's here. And if you look at Yiddish literature, curses take up, I think, about 18 or 19% of the syntax. But nevertheless, this is different also because not individual cursing. This is the community leadership taking a stance and saying, we the community and we're not exploiting Spinoza. Yes, you did.
We're supposed to pick which side you want to
Oh, so this is interesting. That's an excellent, good question. My daughter is so brilliant, I have to say. Right. So this is the period where, you begin to have a separate category, just the beginnings of it, of outcasts. Right? It's not like they're jumping from one religious community to another. It's not like they're going from one estate to another, which would have 100 years.
Don't like me, ban me.
People, not going to fit in. And what do you do with those people? They are like stateless, so to speak. Ultimately, they will become the majority. Most of European culture, most of American culture are made up of people that very, very nominal attachment to some kind of religious identity. But back then, actually, if I can respond to one other statement about the orthodoxy, we have to remember, first of all, the term orthodox had not been coined because there was nothing against which to be orthodox. This was the Jewish community, and being part of the community meant at least nominal observance of the behavioral standards which are expressed in the Torah and Mitzvahs. So it's not like today where people voluntaristically decide, I'm going to affiliate with this movement or affiliate with a different movement. You're part of the kehillah, part of the congregation, and you're expected to observe Shabbos. If you don't observe Shabbos properly, publicly, and desecrate Shabbos, then you can be, suffer all kinds of communal harm. But to think that people aren't secretly desecrating Shabbos in the privacy of their own homes, it's probably the case now. Again, last question, Solomon, and then we'll go on. Yeah, first. I don't want to go into the particular show, but the concept my grandmother always said that jails are full of Israel too. She was a very wise woman. Okay, so let's we use those words. Let's go now to some of the roots of this. So Stephen Radler is the premier biographer of Spinoza in our times, and I'm going quite a bit on his analysis of the excommunication. So he argues that we have to understand the excommunication of Spinoza within the context of that tenuous amount of religious freedom that was arrogated to the Jews at this time. That the Jews, remember, that is when the Jews start sort of like pushing against their barriers, that's when there's anti-Semitism in place. Now, what Nazareth argues is that the abstract Jewish community is so nervous about, what will the non-Jews think, that they put a tremendous amount of energy into trying to keep everyone on the straight and narrow, more so than other communities in Europe. That because they were kind of like like a liminal community that the interstices, the author edited that part out, but the creates themes of culture. They really wanted to make sure that all Jews would be making. And in fact, he looks at the use of the cherem, the excommunication ban, and it was used 36 times between 1622 and 1683. Almost once a year, they're banning somebody. Somebody's getting this amount of trouble in once a year. And there were prints an additional 50 times during that period. So they're really using this strong tool very liberally because they're trying to make sure that the outside community does not think that the Jews are changing at all. They want the status quo and they want to be perceived as protecting the status quo. So what kind of crimes were people accused of that got them into this trouble? So Navarre chronicles things like religious observances is one of them. For example, regular attendance at synagogue. Can you imagine Aaron, the president of our shul, if there was like Greek attendance at shul on Shabbos, and if someone missed like 3 Shabbases, then we bring out the Sefer Torah and ban them. But they're keeping track. Everyone has to show their bona fide. Everyone has to show their nominal observance of the dictates of their religion and show up in shul. And that means like before Kiddush, gambling, marriage without parental consent, interesting kind of expression of paying attention to Lisa, right? Kids getting married without their parental approval, with the parents. Yes, I'm not objecting to that. So that's actually, I have to say, every time you open your mouth, public, it's true. Jewish law, my daughter points out the kids were before that, other than Talmud, that one of the things that has complete freedom over is choice of marriage partner. There's no such thing as an arranged marriage duties. There are arranged introductions. There's lots of parental coercion, but it's still called soft. At the very end of the day, Windows and what it takes a few seconds because it's automated. I'm sick like that. Okay, here we go. Unknown error. Unknown error.
few little windows. You want? I have missed privacy policy. Here we go. You're like, automation. I said, work. So it says, I don't actually, but it actually did work. You're like, did it actually bug you? Yeah, it did. So you have understand 137.5. But it doesn't make sense. So if you fix this, I want to be really, really successful. Please fix this. All right. Ready? Here we go. Let's see if we get this. Give it a little. Essentially, if I do my life, so works there. Great. I'm going to show you that it doesn't work. Please try again. Henry, please. Here we go. Let's see if error. What's going to happen? That it doesn't work. some way. So, Dad, are you watching this? I have basically memorized this. Here we go. Here we go. Just have to get around. And press work, but not work. I know every time you go to work, it actually did work. Yeah, it did. So this is your score 1, 5. All right. So, it doesn't. Unknown error, please try again. Unknown error, please try again. Unknown error, please try again.
Good evening. Lecture בעזרת השם, זכות שלום, נחת, הם פרנסה תורה, בביקות, so also בהצלחת שניה יום פה בסבא, משפחתו, ויום נשמת אברהם בנסימה, להרבין נבואת ונוחים מתקנת, נאורי בנדיקים המחייבים בפלטה, ספקים, חזר אחרי תפקידה ונתדעת. שנה טובה התורה, So next time we will meet within 2 weeks. Next Monday there's no lecture. So tomorrow there's no lecture in Brooklyn. ערב חג עובד. The next time there will be a lecture will be coming from Monday. Remember that. We had more than about Yom Kippur. And people that came first time with me, one of them wrote to me that was the most painful Yom Kippur they had in their life.
Right.
We prayed in sunlight. That was amazing. It was very inspiring place. And then atmosphere. So, Yom Kippur, it's critical. We can change our entire future by Yom Kippur. And erase so many things. And erase the suffering that's to us. Can erase crime. Get us closer to God. היום הוא יחבר עליכם, give us this day atonement. What you do in one day, it's in 6 months or more. Try 6 months a day. You don't need to get in one day. Everything is like time. It's the flame. It's to wait for the next day. By the time you get to your destination, you missed your appointment, you missed the way, you missed the flight, the consequences. It doesn't just, oh, okay, what? We'll catch the next one. No, it's critical. So, follow the rest together of the Elul, and then Rosh Hashanah, Aseret Yom Teshuvah, which each day fixed time, Sunday, Sunday to be
Eddie, this one's for you.
Tuesday.
Right, so
We all together, Rosh Hashanah, 7 days, which is
Eddie, this one's for you. All right, so I'm going to do this associated with like joining my we should join my with everybody else. It's Rabbi.
situation the previous year.
I know you're thinking you're like, maybe you're getting this here because you are entitled to your accounts to Rabbi Discord, but you all should. If Rabbi, hey Eddie, this is favorite Rabbi here. I know you're probably thinking, well, maybe you're getting this unknown error on the platform because you're entitled to your joint Rabbi's Discord, and we have some things that we'll test it. We're gonna take a look over here at an account. I'm just making, we're gonna call the user ID. All right, here we go.
Remember when I told you that reels.
You can't be bad boys. I do these bad boys in my sleep. All right, here we go. So we're gonna copy this. We're gonna paste
They
it.
got out.
Paste. Here we go.
Before.
Bingo, bango, bongo.
So
All this
Amazon.
amazingness. All right, we're gonna accept. It happens. Eddie, fix it. All right, great. Same video.
It was all the way to the side. They will die this way.
Up.
Okay.
We'll go over here. Shout out to FM.com for making me a household name in the world of cycle. Those are amazing. All right. Over here. Oh, 5, 1, 4, 15, 8. This one. Eddie, please.
You don't know why.
Hey,
So that's why your life is
007. Something like that.
no.
Wasn't they already broken? No way.
And I would say,
No way.
time to die.
So what is that about? Why does that not work? Like that shows it's broken.
Achievement of your
Because
life.
it's not. Nobody has that name. It didn't have anything fixed. Nobody has anything fixed. Double. You guys need to go through your login process and know the minutia of it. Everything, especially with AI now, can be tested and it should be flawless. Okay, so now we got it. Okay, so we'll go over there. Touch the page, I guess. But that's not right. It's not taken. Someone who doesn't know better might actually think that's okay. I don't know why somebody would be doing that. They could. And the fact that they could means that you should prepare for it. I email. Here we go.
From that girl, one. Use mixed life. How much money you make? What is the key moment of his life? Finding
Now I thought,
he makes so much money, and he bought himself Mercedes, and you know, all about his family, and that's the way. However, I take it back. The life of a secular person. One page of things. That's to go from there and it can be million pages. Million pages. Life is not eating, drinking, and walking around the walls of just to enjoy them. There are much more significant things in life. I can write to you with my own people, the Musa, how many people did it? How many millions of times Hashem saved people from death, from injuries, from tragedy, from a terror attack. Believe me, it's going to have a whole book. I know if I had to write now the story of my life, it would be thousands of pages. That's what I have in my head. The memory. Without looking to things to remind me. That's what I have in my head. Thousands of pages. When I think, if I feel about it, you'll have to repeat. So, you know, everybody has memories. The few weeks from jail, one of them and to die. Why is it? Maybe I should want them to go to life, not just give them the chance to survive. The other thing is the most important. My heart goes out to them. That's not his life when people told him already died. That's the best. You know, that makes you the Gemara in the page 47. The Gemara says that every person died. unexpected by a surprise that you normally expect. Right? And you go to sleep, you don't wake up.
So I know you might be well, maybe it isn't I don't know Rabbi.
This is like these people that look at you know, Rabbi rules.
I don't care because your account are using like Discord, which any yes, everybody can join Rabbi Discord, Discord.me/Rabbi. And T.me /as 10I. I want everybody to know that I'm doing my best to fix this. So I over here. All right, here we go. I accept what's going to happen. What's going to happen? Okay, what? I said earlier, but then I ran out of storage space because everything about knowledge and space, and I want to improve it. Okay, so we're going to generate. I'm sure this video will be too long as well. And we're just going to stop. All right, now what? 14, 19, 48, and what you want to use username's already taken. So that's an error there. That's actually not true. Nobody has any please 69.
What does it mean?
Nobody has that. How about Eddie, please fix the mix? There. They just throw a random word in there. Username speaking. That's a bad user excuse. I'm going to end this video. Please
anti-God, which is about close to 80% of the nation. They are talking about 20% of religion, practice, keep Shabbat, eat country, help Noah, love Noah, cross, it's different. That's including them. Sunday, area, so 3 people say, running but any other day, I think that it's already enough for people like the Bible and quote. Yes, sometimes that's a natural in a world that has so much kids. That's natural way of dying. And the world that people get older, wake up in the morning, that's a natural way of dying. It's kind of yeah. But unexpected death is the start of all this. And avoiding all the punishment. Everyone's dead. Everyone's dead for a whole trial. Everybody's right. So And he dies in an unexpected way. The Gemara says, I don't know she knows the answer, but it's all instructions are right now, like training. It's a lot of 6 7 years of secular lifestyle. Maybe that step would be enough to raise orders and get the American moving. I don't know. Especially there, I think and I'm definitely going to help them. Hopefully, will be enough to set them express weather, and they are luckier than us. Confusion, unexpected, you know, except that now, 2 months from now, they reckon for that, and they come down to court, and maybe they can. And all that good, they're happy. The only problem is that I don't know what kind of thing. I don't know. One of them was Sarah, one of them was I expect people to something are not seen more than some of them are not. That's why the one thing unbelievable. So the third was there to go through. That's right. Yes, the family was extreme. What could be if the family was always actually happy? So, democracy, they get rights. They are actually right. Because they are getting many other Arab countries on something like some of them are good, great. Because they are. Some of them are the boys who to keep us home. Some are not. So they love the nation is there. They do better than Switzerland. But they God, you say the hour, okay, now, the bottom line. Now, go back and you press one button, Israel is no longer a state of and then either you get out of the country. Who takes over Hamas? You kill 99% of them will not kill unless they're really stupid. Because Hamas will flood children. All these idiots begins. Please, to Palestine, they don't know what expect. What expect them. They will vote for 1 hour in the end of Hamas. You know what they will do them? They will kill them in almost torture you can imagine. Nobody likes the gates more than this Hamas. That these Palestinians just people, it's critical. They can change our entire future. And the rest of these things, the rest is a lot of discussion. I'll do it. Can you raise the cry and bring us closer to God? So they can get us even if they could have
All right, so here, with the so as any placement there, it's not working. So it's already taken. So let's just keep something like that. Using the Rabbi. Okay, so what we're gonna do? We're gonna just refresh the page. We're gonna turn it on.
We'll catch the next one. Oh.
I want this to work so much that I'm showing everything that I do because
Sunday.
last Sunday. No. I think it's gonna be really great. Eddie, please. Your
You don't see any movement yet. I mean, it's a continuation of the agony of the previous year.
wants the
Yes, they're drawn, from so many miles.
now.
On the dining room, in and killed folks.
Here we go. We're gonna
I'm not
we
so
are going
get
to
out of it.
copy this. Let's see what happens. I really never know. It's like 50-50 or 30%, 33%.
You know, the
I can tell you
really, what was the name?
it's this is Windows 11. Windows 11
Soldiers
stinks.
that were sitting.
No, unknown errors. Oh, it didn't work. I don't even know. And I got this thing down to unknown errors. Why? Well, I don't know. Eddie, please fix your app.
You put some
You guys have 200 employees, and you're not trying those basic things. I know that
soldier.
this may not sound like major issues, but you have no idea.
They went to the
This is how people sign up for the platform. I want this to be the best platform that streaming's ever had. It's going to. These things need to be fixed.
coding the words of the God. Bullet is better. Is faithful as said every night. Nobody died randomly. Randomly in the world. Right? You don't know why. That's why I like random. No goal, no achievement. And I would think about this. And by the time people die, their conclusion is good things. Asking that down. They keep it like, what can you tell us about the life? Well, guys, without either secular. Of the day you remember yourself, trying to allow yourself to be everybody's childhood. Then how he went to school. Well, and girlfriend, and how he got married, how he got divorced, how he got married, how he got divorced, and how he got married. Sometimes married and divorced. And how many kids he had? His girl, that girl. Stuff like how much money he made, what was of his life. He finally got a job, client, and he made so much money. And he bought his and it's all about his and that's the end of it. I take it back, not pages. The life expectancy and wrote one page. You come to a life of it. So you write million pages. Million pages. But this life is not easy. Around millions of times in I know if I right now story of my life,
I want this to be
there would be thousands of pages. That's what I have in my head. The memory. Not going for things. That's what I have in my head. Thousands of pages. Every day, if I be, oh, no, but there's another. A few religious soldiers. Why is it? Maybe someone who are survive, not survive, to survive. The other people my eye was out. It's not like yesterday. As I explained once, the mind was page 47. Said that every person died in plain sight and unexpected by surprise. It don't matter again. You're able to you don't wake up. The person died almost at the end of the place with Syria, Gaza, Libya, Tunisia, Gaza. Places like these, people die on a daily basis. Either they start with the Jews from there, and when they die or they kill each other. But when they leave the Jews alone, they begin to kill each other. Yeah, it's and that's what they confuse people. So, what's the good news? Is reform soldiers that they go to a discount for all the sins they committed from 830 until age 19, 6 years of sin. And like I said, people, almost every minute of their life is a sin. What they speak, what they look at, what they eat, what they mind, they don't pray, they don't learn Torah, they eat not kosher, they commit sins with girls, never let the practice. Most of the sins they commit, I don't even know what it is. I don't even know. So, Hashem has a lot of mercy on this people. You know what? The parents say them into the enemies. They are anti-God, anti-He, and they are traditional, they must have been on their religious grandfather. The way they political, medical, I don't think it's going to people. It's very much a vegetable. I think in America, education, but Judaism, that it is like that. At least they talk about some things. I'm not so sure. There is a chance that one of them is and the truth and things that want to be the same of 2000 years of exile. First, they wanted to do these communist liberals, every enemies of God, getting the state, and it's everything but Judaism. That's first thing you wow, we glory of the world, light of the world, the church was we should teach the world what is the caution for these days. We should be like the nations, the Hashem expects. And what do they do? A state that is not going and they go in. On the other countries, Iran and any other country, they keep more laws of the Torah. Because it's not included in the old Orthodox job. Different nation. If it is never nothing to do with darkness, communists, anti-God, which is about the constitution of the nation. They are talking about the 20th scale of practice, keep showing up. Love Torah, love Torah. So they could make a second Sunday in the bottom of the page. A person died in an unexpected way, plane crash, a bomb falls on his head, a missile, a drone, gas was released in the area and it broke. Three fell on his head, natural way to do it. Like for instance, the time of the coffee. I get some dying. That's a natural way of dying. And the more that there's so much that's a natural way of dying. And the more that people get on, that's a natural way of dying. It's kind of like a TV. But I understand that there gives you this amount of all the things you can avoid the punishment that are to the one of them for a whole tribe. It's dangerous. Everybody is being judged for what they've done right away. So, when the person like all kinds of things like when he died in an unexpected way, I want to hope, I want to hope, based on I want these soldiers that are dying now. It's not the only mistakes that our lifestyle. Maybe that this death will be enough to erase all them and get them back to heaven. And we hope for them. And we hope, especially if they have a relative condition of money, and that's definitely going to help them. It will be enough to set them back to heaven. And they are enough. With something now, or a few months from now, they may be better than they come to the cool, they don't have to be there again. And, what I can do is happy for you. So, brother is guaranteed, because I don't know what I can see, maybe the one of them Facebook pictures of them, one of them was in Allah, one before was a baby. That is so that we are not female, some of them are patriotic. In fact, what is going to be what kind of language went for in the child? If the family was extreme anti-Jewish, they have to be Nazis. If the family was outside, they have to be happy, then good, and then more democracy, taking for rights. They actually join because they never are. They would start to compared to the right way. Some of them are ungrateful and some of them are ungrateful. Same thing the Israeli Arabs.
Or and the numbers that you put, people get paid up.
They use better
The numbers.
They be in jihad, but it's like if you tell them that it's like there are two buttons. Press one button, Israel is no longer a state of Jewish. Get out of the country. It's over for us. Here we go. You agree? It's really stupid. All these again, to Palestine, and then what expected for them is they will first 1 hour and of Hamas. You know what they will do to them? They will kill them in the poorest spiritual convention. Nobody needs any more than this Hamas. And these Palestinians in general, and these Palestinians, the first thing they want to shut there with the every animal, whether Jewish, Christian, or not. So it looks to be idiotic, completely stupid, that they are left liberal in the university by the United States, who demonstrate together with the Arabs, with the Palestinians made up flag from the river to the sea, when if they only knew what the Arabs would do to them, they would be in their hands. Sitting in Saudi Arabia, became part of the under the construction every day we walk in the street and see Iran is Palestinian and for them when Israel the weakest and the weakest democracy system is actually working and rights, like get married, and to get pensions, and everything you can imagine. It's really, they make it treat it like a woman, no difference. You get the pension. Again, you need one of them die, the other one get pension for more. You're taking actions against them. There's no law against them. Nothing in Israel is against them. It's not one law. Totally don't keep all of my orders. These days. They want Hamas to take it. Hamas will burn them alive. Stupidity. Trump today, 2 weeks before the future of this country is on the line right now. Also, it will affect the future of Israel. Israel is something really good. And it's a shame, Hashem Elokecha bא אנרג'י, שנה ותחת השנה, and then that your God is spared from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, meaning I love this land the most, meaning I run the show with company, that doesn't really matter, they're not going to run the show. At the end, what the people will bring on themselves, that's what they're going to eat. You cook something with poison. You cook something healthy, delicious, fresh. You enjoy. You'll be healthy. People will decide. They want the lefty, foolish government. They want to stop now in America. In the next 4 years. They want to clean the plate.
Already taken.
Let them do it. They ask me, right? You know, or maybe the traders in this country under attacks from outside. Before to see how these into it. That is going to do what he's doing. Why? He's going to get rid of it and stuff. No! Almost going to make up vendors and put the rest of the same and kill them. That's how radical they are. When all said, he's 100% the truth. Wasn't going to teach. All the radical Muslim Nazis who took over all the universities, full of left, full of Traitors, that they were enemies of God, enemies of the United States, enemies of Israel, but most of everything that enemies of God. That's clear. I'm Jewish. I say the truth. God of righteous Jews. Yes. And God, all Israel, all God, very good Jews, God of righteous God. And God, Jews have no idea. They're righteous, they're no idea. They have no idea what they need. Can't even play. That is the matter. And you don't know if more. But you understand what they do, what they do. I don't even know. And then there are the lefty trainers that go inside and the rest of the branch out there who destroys the world. Today they're in America, so America suffers. And French flags for non-existing. I know this is the people that destroys the world. They are money. They are educated in communism, in socialism, in the rest of education. And the opinion they have is against God. That some kind of is a righteous party or righteous people. No, they are just a lot less wicked than Democrats. That's what we have. We have your garbage and our garbage. Choose which one you want. Choose which one you want. You want some garbage, you want our garbage. That's basically what we have. Don't really have a great solution here. And Amen, the great people, was elected. That the board knows exactly what's right and what's wrong. They got lucky. You know, Amen. But here, you don't have this option. Trump made a lot of good decisions. He makes a lot of problems. Okay, so first, I want to add someone that's more guns, someone that's already more family values, anti-abortion, anti-building, Iran, anti-Hamas, anti-Nazi Palestinians, all Israel, all Jewish. So that she was betrayed again and again. It's unbelievable. In the show, he was a president, Hashem, you know, a lot of United States. I want to see what the president right now to be able to fight fast and transfer Nazi enemies. He does any weapon of war, unconditional. He wouldn't predict what he's talking about. He would shut down these European liberals and tell them to quiet. I am the showing. Yes, that's the way it has to be. It's no end to all these people. This is the right decision. That's what we want to do. Some other Republicans, I don't even know them by name. One of them is I would make it such a nice such great idea. Six parties. Better than Netanyahu. Last year I would make the prime minister of this in a minute. If I have to put him as the prime minister in a minute, I would do that. You know, but so it's hard to the rules that needs Hashem is all that was share. Meaning that there will be more people and more Indians in the plan, and more Police in here, and more anti-American people in, more demonstrations, more Jews would be afraid to go to the right now. It's already a fact. If you accept Jewish kids in the university, you will stick inside. Believe it or not, it's a nice statement against that. It's bomb. I say that one of the things is doing it that now all these universities, all these rescue universities that Jews donated millions of dollars to them over the years. Decades of donation. Those are the number one in the list of donations. They give universities so many billions of dollars over the years out in Colombia, all these universities. And now the universities step them in the back and made it unwanted. And the Arabs take it away. The other people, it's the way of Hashem, all Jews out of this every place that goes to Helsinki. If he comes inside the righteous president, by the time he leaves the university, an evil human being. All radical left extreme ideology. The university is for Jews and for Gentiles. Everyone who's in the university, all of them spiritually, not physical, but they're spiritual level. Because then your heart will make fun of you. Your extreme ID and extreme whatever you think. Fun of his own God. I have people make fun of his university, make fun of God, make fun of the religion, make fun of ID. They are all horrible things. They shouldn't realize the mistake in it. And plus, they pay $50,000. Multiply by 5, 6 years, pay hundreds of thousands of dollars. Make thousands of dollars to turn your country against the liberal mindset, an enemy of Jewish people, an enemy of morality, an enemy of ethics, or military babies, or abortion, or terrorism. The race of the right to liberate themselves. For what? Occupation, job occupation, fool. Enough of them occupants. Nobody argue about it. Christian, and not the most. They accepted the Torah. So let's look at Jews 3,000 there was no Palestinian nation until 50 years ago. They never no plan, no atom, no army, no United Nations, no state, no nothing. There's no such thing Palestinian. The word Palestine was made by the Roman after the Philistine. No such thing. It's a made-up nation. And all of them want to operate on the scam. And all is leading the scam liberal Jews. They are the one. They are giving some of them donating so much money to this scam. They can barely start the job scam. Blood the Hamas, Gaza, when his own brothers and sisters are being fighted by God for years, day after day, night after night. China has legalized. Let me keep falling on the head every hour. Missiles, silence, non-stop. That's what they do. Shoot people. That's the reality of it. So that I'm worried over the enemies being wow. Engineers. They're competitive. He's going to go after minorities, he's going to go after Jews, he's going to go after that. There was nobody better in the history of the States. Well, at least everything under the can you name one president in the history that was that did for Israel? There were other Republican presidents. They didn't fight of what Israel. That's so much for doing certain things, right? And all kinds of things. Some things. Why? Always what's wrong in life. Every time liberal to the United States taking action against their best ally, which is Israel, Hashem reacts with a national disaster, natural disaster in America. I give an example of Maureen, other incident. One of my clients that made a video about it, and he shows the United States won the decision against Israel and Obama, and then in the New Orleans tragedy, the flood, they did something the details, but the idea was shortly after there was a disaster. One Christian pastor brought it up, and he started to compare every natural disaster. When did it happen? After this decision, and this one, and this one. And I want to talk about the legislations for Palestinians that took place in Florida. The next day would be you can destroy the whole place. So I said, you can do whatever you want, but when you have the consequences of your choices, do not open your mouth and do not complain. I recommend and deal with that. You brought it on yourself. So the Muslims they're listening to us now. Everything I said now, expect tomorrow. They cut it, they put it all over, so they pay a lot of money. No, they think by cutting pieces from our lectures and manipulate that they are threatening us. We're not afraid of it. Hashem runs the world, not them and not the propaganda need to get hurt, we get hurt without it. Don't let them get hurt, nothing will help them. No matter how much propaganda they will do. But one thing you have to know, that just to show you what kind of liars we people, when they cut what I say, they put 80% of what I say. But you know what they cut out? They cut out the part that I said that the Christian leaders is the one that makes the people. They don't want the United States to see that it's coming from Christians. They want it, think that it comes from the Jews. But the Jews are saying that because you are not helping Israel, you are being funny. It's like the Torah. It's nothing to do with Jews or anybody else. That's it. Those Israel, Abraham will be blessed, and those who kill Abraham will be killed. So look at the creation. You help my children, you support them, you defend them, you help them. I'm with you. You go against them, I will break you out. It's the Torah. It's just read the Torah and post the Torah. So you have to solve it. From now on, why not the part that I said that the Christians made the movies? Because it would be like, how are you going to create a anti-Semitism? If the rabbi quotes something from a Christian leader, not the rabbi spoiled, not the Jews. Christians themselves, they are Americans. But let's think that come out, and we will make it clear the rabbi is the one who says it. Not the Christian that made the movie. And so we go, by the way, I'm not the first one who does all this mistake. All the Americans are very good manipulations. Very good. They always catch different parts, they can do what they want, and they're very good at putting a headline that usually it's I can give you an example. Israel, you know, the left more than most of the left people see it. Hates me. I'm the number one. Why? Because I'm the only one who can't tell them everything. Low life, yeah. How wicked they are and
Be a
what's going on.
millionaire,
What they can do.
trillionaire platform,
Finally, someone told them
billionaire with
how they can act and all this stuff. Years ago, I was talking about the Jews before the
Hey, Aspen, how you doing, big dog? God, I am amazing. Okay, so why? Well, firstly, what's been your life? Tell me all about it. I'm listening. But that's okay. I've got some stuff going on. You know, I always got fucking. All right. Built in the fire. However you want to describe it. All right. So what am I doing, dude? I don't really know this really bit. His name is Ori. Uri. Talk about him a lot. He's Ori. He's a. And, that's okay. You are. I'm doing it. You. What did I say? I feel it's really important. So he contacted me, but I would enjoy the fuck out of this guy. And he thought it was some loony guy. But then he saw my video, with my shout out, and he's like, oh, dude, you're a genius. I did not know. And will you be on my show? My live show? I was like, yeah. So I was supposed to do a podcast. I thought I would have him again. You know the podcast world fucking are so what do you tiny? So no big deal. But with Ori, Ori's a special streamer. He streams a lot. He gets 60 hours a month. And he the first thing that I noticed about him was this guy just but like totally under control and very fit. Like not a fat person just drinking Budweiser and drinks. He's just very fucking hardcore. man, this guy is just a throwback, kind of. And he's got a great perspective. So here's what I'd like to say. Well, so how's it going to work out? I don't know, but this is what I'd like to do. Let me just do it. Oh, this is great. I didn't practice the other one, and it went really, really well, thankfully. But the more I practice, the better I get, especially with technology. I'm having to do a lot with technology in this video, but I'm doing it on your behalf. I'm doing it on Ori's behalf. I'm doing it on others. You should know, catch me and see that prior life, I I feel the best at tester in the world, and I'm really good at it. And it's just picking up patterns, and I still am not perfect on it, but I basically have to crash publicly and made it into an uncrashable habit as uncrashable habit you can ever do. And I'm very proud of that. So I'm good with quality assurance and design and things like that. With that said, that's why I've done this a lot. And the best way to show someone a problem is to show them with video, so they can see it for themselves. As opposed to saying, whenever I press this, I don't know if that's the case. But if I show you over and over and over and over again, this shit doesn't work. That's interesting, and that can go viral. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to pretend you're bored. But when it comes to the technical aspects, I'm switching cameras and stuff. So here's what I'm. This may not work. This may not work. Okay, can you hear me? That's okay. So we'll do that. Hey, what's going on? And then I will open you. Now, can you see me? Next. And I'll say, all right, well, let's do it like 24/7, 365, all of that. I've got that down. I'll do a report. I'll do some shout outs to the different Discord coming. And then I'm going to do my shout out. So I'll ask him, hey, do you mind if I do some shout outs? If he's smart, he'll be like, yeah. And I'm going to say, okay, this one's really hard. But I want you to know that it's going to be very beneficial if you let me say it all, because I include a lot of shout outs to all the biggest live streamers on Twitch, YouTube, and he'll be cool. If he's not, then he's dumb as fuck, because this is how you this is how you go viral. I feel like you reach out to these different fan bases and oh, I like that person, and then you kind of hear, and this is going to give you the top 150 streamers. Okay. At least live stream, not the most subscribers, whatever. I mean, this week live streaming, this is the top 150, which I think is important because these people are hot. All right, so I'll say, everyone, tell everyone you know, come to the Ori streamer now. We're gonna light this place on fire. We're here, no fear, get over it. Now, 10 Rabbi Sonic 10 coin, this coin's going to the moon. In Ross by Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email, the ticket is Bitcoin. Eddie Kramer by Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email, the ticket is Bitcoin. Elon Musk by Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email, the ticket is Bitcoin. And I'm here to not only stand up for all people, but especially streamers. And I'd like to show everyone that it needs some improvement. And this is majorly affecting the platform. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to another phone and I'm just going to show you the user experience that people are having on sign up on different devices. And Eddie, you should know that you have a really great platform and I want to make it better. And this is an opportunity. I'm doing Ori for this streamer and he wants this to be a really good platform as well. And we're just doing this because we want this to be a good platform. I don't have a way for you to see this myself, so I'm going to use this platform. So I'm going to show you what a successful sign up looks like on right now on so let me explain. There's an error on the site. Sometimes it says server error, or sometimes it says Windows error, sometimes it doesn't. And I tried it thousands. So I know this very well, but even I don't know what's going to happen. And I tried it on over a dozen different devices on VPNs, on iOS, but there's a major issue here. And this is money that the platform is using. And it happens about 10% of the time it works successfully, like this, you'll see. So then here's the next video. Here's what it does. So that time it's a weird user interface where it says unknown error. Please try again, but it created the account. There's another. I'm going to just speed it up a little bit. It's going to click right here, and here we go. Unknown error. Please try. So, okay, so then this next error is interesting. It's a little longer, so I'm going to you're going to see that this is unable to.
We're gonna come over here. We're gonna get that 6-digit code. Refresh. All right. Here we go. I have. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Okay, wait. Now, I can get that earlier, but then I ran out of so because everything about technology stinks. And when I come over here to the new email, well, and they stop. It's gonna be terrible. All right. Now what? We're gonna come over here. 5, 14, 19. And what we're gonna get please. 6. How about 69? Houston is already taken. So that's an error there. That's actually not true. Yes, Eddie, please
fix things. Since nobody has that, how about please fix it? What's the word in there? BEAR. Username. Up there. So I'm gonna add this video. You guys did. Thanks. And the final video I fixed is the Rabbi. Alright, so let's go ahead. There is already taken. I think this is something that nobody Rabbi. Okay, so what are we gonna do? Press the page. I'll let you sign up. Showing you how much so it can be repeated. Okay, so or now. All right. We got we are going to copy this. We are going to paste it. Let's see what happens. I really never know. It's like 50 or I
No.
Windows 11. Windows 11. Oh, unknown error. Oh, it did quit. I don't know. That's right. Unknown error. I don't know. Please, for every of these, you guys have employees. And you're not trying the most basic thing. I know that this may not seem like a major issue, but you have no idea. This is how people are. And people are wondering what this is my students about. Just so you can see how the audio filter in 5 seconds. Favorite. Just press it and stop. You can program it. But you can see it as an observable. All right. So not only do I have bots on computers, but on mobile devices as well. Okay, so why am I showing you everybody? Because I want people to be so spectacularly, phenomenally successful. And I know what it takes, and it needs improvement, and it's a lot of it. And so if it wants to be the best, then it will be the best. So with that said, Eddie, this is out to you. I see everyone, and it's documented in my life. Sometimes people have thousands of viewers and no chatters. That doesn't happen. And so what you need to know is people depend on these numbers to keep. This is very important to people. And people's money is on the line. It's the most important thing to them. And so they have to be able to trust the platform. Trusting the platform as a user is very important, and trusting the platform as a streamer is very important. And when a user has this type of sign-up experience and streamers have all these numbers that are all over the place, it's a bad experience for both. And I really think that we have something here. I wouldn't need this on this channel right now if I didn't think it would. Right. And again, you're going to be extremely successful. These are two things we just have to tie up. because time is of the essence. Moving on, I think people know that you're a billionaire, and that is an expectation for your platform to be a quality experience. And in most ways, it's really, really fun. However, if you need to be a millionaire with a trillionaire platform. I'd rather have you be that than a billionaire with a millionaire platform, meaning put more in effort into this. I know you have 200 employees and 1,000 at stake. You need to double goal. I think you see, if I'm able to find this out just as a regular user on the outside, imagine what's going on in the inside. I know that you can say, well, according to long-term projections and all these things, you didn't see this coming. You have to buy automation software, and you have to pay more people to more engineers and push out updates quicker. Your platform will be so much better because of it. I want you to know that you're watching this right now, and you haven't already. So tell everybody you know to watch this stream. This is going to go viral. We're going to clip it afterward. All of these different people who I'm going to mention here, I want you to clip. And I want you to tag them on social media. Before so, I want people to know I feel that there are some really important things for which I stand up and I talk a lot about on that platform. In addition to the work you work on your focus. I'm an advocate for the Equal Rights Amendment. This was something that was pushed in a great way in the 1970s, but never became a part of the Constitution. I want people that I agree with everything, no matter who they are. I think that there are types of technologies that perhaps we suppress, one of which is a gravity battery. I think it's really important that people start looking into other types of batteries, ones that aren't lithium, that explode, that package in mind, and a gravity battery, which uses microgravity, basically in your purse or in your pocket. They could power your battery long term and never needs to be recharged. I think that's really important. The hydrogen car, I believe, is the future. People advocate for the electric car, which is great, but the hydrogen car is really the future. Hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe, and also it has many advantages. I know one reason why it hasn't had mass adoption is because it's just difficult to have hydrogen stations, or it's not difficult, but it's just not available. If they were available, you would have the long-term adoption of the hydrogen and be very leery of the electric vehicle industry, especially when electricity gets very expensive. I'm a huge advocate for solar power, so please, if you haven't already, buy solar, and you can at least help yourself with it because electricity it will be very expensive. I'm a big advocate for the Bering Strait Tunnel. This is a tunnel that connects Asia and North America. I think it's very important that we connect these two continents, which would give people the ability to, for instance, drive from New York City to London or New York City to Cape Town. That's a really exciting opportunity. And then additionally, I'd like to connect the Pan American Highway and the Bering Gap. If you weren't aware, the Bering Strait Tunnel is going to be about 51 miles to connect Asia to North America and about 70 miles of the Bering Gap in Panama between Panama and Colombia would need to be cleared just a roadway complete the Pan American Highway. Once these two spots were bridged, the Bering Strait and the Bering Gap, you would be able to drive from Buenos Aires to Cape Town and Buenos Aires to London. This is a really exciting opportunity, and it isn't something that is impossible, especially over the course of a century and long-term. I'm a long-term thinker. I'm a long-term investor. Everything I do is the future. If you haven't heard it before, I think the life extension technology is a thing, and I certainly know it's a thing. And microwave technology may be something that may be achievable in the future. So when I look long term, these are things that not only I want for the business, but I want for myself as well. I want people to know that Bob Lazar is a hero, in my opinion, standing up for what he believes in and feels the truth I feel for the last more than 20 years, and he is the one who first disclosed element 115. And I believe that the higher level elements should be investigated more. If you're a young person and you don't know what to study, please do your best to invest in the sciences and to learn about some of the technology about which I'm going to talk later in this. I want to thank Ori so much for the opportunity to be here. He's one of the most consistent streamers in the history of it. Here are some reasons why I think that he's an amazing streamer. He has an engaging personality that draws viewers in. He's got a wonderfully, amazingly memorable things. I think that he's first to have myself, and that he's going to be his personality shows through the stream. If you like to stream, yourself exactly what it is. This unique content, you never know what it's going to be. I mean, anything is something cool. His community is amazing, and even when I first started following him, literally on Kick, I noticed how much he's really funny. I mean, he either got it or you don't, and he's a funny person. I could go on all day about how amazing it is. I appreciate that. And with that, I'd like to do some shout outs to some streamers that I'm going to run through these. I understand that it takes a little bit of time, but just know that they have long term possibilities. Right now, this is the top 150 or 200 streamers on the internet. And so, if you're a fan of any of these people, send it to them, have them on social media, we're going viral. West, Leon, Aiden Rock, Spike, Parabang, Temple, Screen, Helios, DRB7HSHXXQC, Cry Cruising, Dabo, Exensi, Sister Stevenson, Ard Jajabi, Kostu, E-Ray Roshti, Maherko, Hector, Odablock, Absi, Vinegar, Hype, Angelo, Macobra, Derek, Classic, Texas, Melstro, 271, Egg, A7, Vodka Funky, Bravo, Renee, Aftermath, South Action, and I went into your Discord just like randomly the other day. And I got banned. I didn't say any guys. I brought my account in there. Anyway, you think I appreciate it. All the other people check and say I'm banned in your Discord because I know I am. And I will call people out. I will call people out. Just you watch. The LSPX6 Boot Gossip, Teaser, Sentinel, Abu Beer 16 Amaran, Nutru, YouTube, Inref, on Black News, on Discord as well. Ramblers 53, Van, Benyaniru, Gabby, Dodo, Conti, Closer, Denver, TV, TV, Girls, Girl of that. All of you unban me on Discord if you haven't already. Shout out to Henry, you guys Kick News, it's amazing. Shout out to Kick News, you guys have an amazing platform. Shout out to Kick Clips. You guys are great too. Some of those people hitting up in the interviews. Please, I'd love to. These are the biggest YouTubers right now. Going MPL Indonesia, LCK, LOL, Esports, iShowSpeed. Shout out to iShowSpeed's Discord. Shout out to Aiden Ross's Discord. Me and Clark Mobile Esports, Karina, me Coach, LOL Pacific, Mobile Legends, Bong, Bang Bang Indonesia, Hong Ekuru, Set 1, A1, Nanati, Bayonado, Preview, Crackdown India, Esports, Gully, ESL Counter-Strike, Gold, Cola, Winda, Basudara, MPL Philippines, Subaru, Kazuka, CPLOL, LOL, ZZZ, Nobrew, Blast, Premier, Arena, Raw, Thailand, Radio Conpos, 89.1. Shout out to the radio. DJ Mario, Masia, Yotina, TM, R7, Kasumaki, BNKT, Korea Chur, Van Tong, Chuck, Cyril, Lauren, Roa, Capcom Fighters, Japan, Ludwig, Zip, Pistol Gamer, Botan, Mobile Legends, Bang Bang, MPL Malaysia, PGL Dota 2, Stiluda, TV, Jonathan Leandi, and all the ones that are in Japan that I can't pronounce. And finally, these are the biggest Twitch people out there. Shout out to all the Twitchers. Clip this from your favorite Twitch creator. We're going viral. Clip this and put it on social media. Shout out to Cedra, Ryan, Echo Flap, I LA 97, Echo Esports, something in Chinese, Japanese, Hassan Abi, Miso, Duelist, OT Pro, Zach Rar, ESLCS, Maxwell, Iron Mouse, Payson, FPS Shaka, Jason Ween, Team Liquid, Stable Ronaldo, Sing C, Amina Mamatui, Black Boy Max, Lacey Tumbler, Diano, Pace, Pisonot, Summit 1G, No, Black Premier, LOL Pacific, W, Stylish Newport, Rubius, Comet Zero, Token, No Way For You, SIR, Alex Zoka, Juan Niso, Kilo Juan, The Greg F, Loud Kariba, EPL Dota 2, Montana Black 88, Redlands, Dance Gaming, Sprout, Lord Kevin, Lyric, Dave Pixie, Data 2, Paragon, Russia. Shout out to Sam Bond for the recent interview. Shout out to Beyonce, you're amazing. And I went through that interview and I believe all the people who I didn't know in this. And if you're out there and you're a streamer and you're wondering, okay, so what is this about? I stream my life all the time. I have more data than any person in global history. So people like Sam Pepper, you have a huge following on social media. One shout out from you could literally shake the internet. We could make you a trillionaire. And why should documenting your if this is what my project is valuable, this is what you should pay attention. You should go to my social media, find something cool, and retweet it and see what happens. Documenting your life can provide a treasure trove of data that could be valuable to researchers and businesses alike. By tracking everything from your daily routines, your purchasing habits, you can create a detailed record of your life that may be of interest to others. Companies may be willing to pay for access to this data to insights into consumer behavior and preferences. By sharing your data, you may be able to participate in market research studies for your participation. Social media platforms like Facebook and Instagram already collect vast amounts of personal data from users, which they use to search targeted ads and make money. Personal data is a valuable asset, and individuals should have the right to control how it's collected and stored and used. With the rise of the internet of wearable technology, it's easier than ever to capture and track every aspect of your life. Documenting your life can also help identify patterns and trends in your own behavior, which can be used for personal growth and improvement. Personal data can be used to develop new products and services that are tailored to needs and preferences. The more data you have, the more insight you can gain from it, the more valuable it is. Shout out to the Across Discord and Extra Speed. I'm fan to this one Discord called Chill Bar. They're really neat. The Chill Bar Discord server is neither chill nor a bar. I set emojis approximately once every 5 minutes, which is somewhat spam, and I got banned, and they would not give me a second chance. And I told them less than 24 hours ago that I was going to line them up, and I'm doing it right now. So, Pound Sand, Felix, Nerdy, Quintru, Satan, FU, Sin, the Maxo, Shar, Sim, Matsui, Faye, Satan again, and Sin. F all y'all. Fuck y'all, all y'all. If y'all don't like me, ban me. I'm too cool for your chill spots. I'll start my own chill bar with hookers and flow. Shout out to Adele, Ringo Starr, Beyonce, Paul McCartney, Taylor Swift, Drake, Elton John, Ed Sheeran, Billie Eilish, Lady Gaga, Bruno Mars, Kendrick Lamar, all the Rolling Stones. On this stream, we go see the Rolling Stones at SoFi. I have it all on video from everything. I have it all archived. Bono, Slash, YouTube, Jay-Z, Rihanna, Coldplay. Coldplay's going to be huge. They're going to be bigger than the Beatles. Just watch. Imagine Dragons, Dua Lipa, The Weeknd, Lizzo, Travis Scott, Billy Joel. Shout out to Billy Joel's daughter. She's amazing. Ariana Grande, Fleetwood Mac, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Foo Fighters, Maroon 5, Osier, Camila Cabello, John Mayer, Sia, Post Malone, Nicki Minaj, Shakira, Florence and the Machine, Mumford and Sons, Paramore, Jason Derulo, 21 Pilots, Panic at the Disco, Katy Perry, Pearl Jam, Blackpink, Metallica, Kings of Leon, Killers back Jesse Ware, Nora Jones, and Tame Impala. Before we go, shout out to Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Emu. The Discord is my Discord, Rabbi. Rabbi's Discord is discord.me/Rabbi. By Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Emu. Shout out to the Fantasy Football League. I'm going to give shout out to everybody now. I got Team BMU. He's the developer of the coin that's worth $300 million plus right now. And even he knows I'm all about technology. I even took a screenshot of the app we're using that it had errors, and we had to send that to their developers. So just Eddie, you should know I find a lot of errors with technology, and I make people accountable. So we're fixing this app too. Shout out to Team BMU. Shout out what you say, bro. Everything that you see in Harry Potter is because of Yo-Yo. Shout out to Yo-Yo. $1 Million Muggle, Mikey Frodo. Shout out to Crypto Pro 88. No Kum Alcor. Shout out to the Tickets, Red Clock. Shout out to the Spastic Spatula, the Team Hurricane Nate. These are just really great people. And shout out to Halloween 2008 and Hurricane 814, the Scroto 69ers. These guys got me in week 1. It was very difficult. Shout out to the Black Cats. Shout out to Scroto 69er and Schiller. Shout out to Bitcoin 69 420 and Speed Demon 741 Bitcoin 2 6942. Shout out to Pam Ketchum and Bitcoin Forever. Shout out to Bitcoin Obama. Shout out to Harry Potter. Shout out to old President Obama. Shout out to Sonic and Sega and the number 10 and Inu. All the dogs out there, we let them out. And I want everybody to know that I love the opportunity to have told you about my project. And finally, before we go, we just want you to know that we'd like to close with this from the Talmud. What is hateful to you, do not do to your fellow man. This is the whole of the law. The rest is your commentary. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I would love to take questions. Did you like it?
I do. The only thing.
Hold on. I don't want to hear. Here's what I want to say. I'm not going to say anything about Amaranth. Let me back into this. Amaranth to let me back into this. But the other people also let me back into this. Okay, so what we're going to say, that's all I'm going to say. Of what I did, I wouldn't change too much. I'm pretty proud. Go ahead.
You put my name in the shout outs.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Well, yeah. I should have thought of that. I should do that right now with other people on here. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. That's me. And how do you spell her name? Lisa? Yeah, no, I know. I got it. Excellent. That's fine. Okay. Sam, okay, good. Yeah, anybody else you want to shout out?
Oh, that's it.
Okay. No, you're good. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, though. I think it's fucking brilliant because that's the top 150 streamers. And I'd be like, oh, hey, dude, did you know that someone so talked about you on Ori Street? And be like, oh, I think it's really smart. Is it not? Yeah, I do. Okay, so I hope that it's clear that I'm trying to help kick. And I may not say the thing about, like, I feel better than 10. Dude, you're a billionaire with a billionaire platform. You want to be a trillionaire with a trillionaire platform, obviously. But, like, as of right now, it's not working. And I think it shows. I show just as a regular user, they can bring out errors that they can take a look at the training, right?
Yep, absolutely.
So, Oh, um, so, um, I don't know. I have this thing in like 2 hours or so. So what I do have to do is
I
go.
wanna,
Okay.
I'm gonna watch a clip of this street.
Um, oh, my, wow, there was somebody up here. Oh wow, they brought in this fucking really loud stuff. Really, really like screeching, but like it, uh, it got me. Like it fucking, it set a chill in this spot. Like I was not expecting that stuff. And I mean, say, whatever. I did put a thing in here. You'll see, ask Rabbi anything. People come in here and they just want to barrage me with fucking questions. And normally it's fine. But I'm getting to the point where I'm picking up momentum and I need this, like I'm focused on something. And it's like, dude, I don't want to sit here and answer the same fucking 30 question. Most people for the first. So if somebody's got a question and they're like, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, if I'm in the middle of something, I'll just say, you got whatever you want. Right above you, just ask Rabbi anything. And any question you want, a list of questions, I will take a very good amount of time and make sure everyone is as perfectly as I can. And they're like, no, but I want to sit here and just ask questions. And it's like, no, you don't understand. It came into my life right now. I'm doing my own thing. I was listening. I may be something. I be in the middle of it because that's just happens too much too. It's like I'll be in here with somebody else and somebody's like, blah, 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 blah. Like, hey, calm down. I understand that you think the show's about you, and I understand. But just know that every room, be it real or digital, I have the biggest spot. And at this point, you need to take it up. So, but for the most part, I'm not that. It's like not my people having things, but like, um, it's like, well, then I didn't. Did I tell you? Right. There's this guy who came in here the other night. The night that I did the interview with him, and this guy, literally, we were playing the game. We were playing the Amigo, and he came in here and he's like, "Yeah, just gonna come in here and just ask me questions, just to put on board." And I'm like, well, just know, like, I can answer questions all day. I just did an interview. I literally just uploaded an interview, and um, so just please know that like, I'm a partner. And he's like, okay. And then he started to ask me, what are your thoughts on house control? And what if he asked me for the next 3 hours questions to the point where after 1 hour, well, firstly, right or left and zoom left because I can't focus either. And I'm getting asked questions. So I tried to talk to this guy, and I'm like, look, we had just played golf, and he was asking me questions. I'm trying to get him to interact with us. So I'm like, download the app, come on, we can play, etc., etc. And he just asked me so many questions. I think he was drunk, and he definitely was not using language that I normally encounter. However, he was talking so much, like it was like something was wrong with him, and asking so many questions that after about an hour and a half of asking questions, I told him I wasn't going to answer any more questions. He could ask me any more questions that he had in the morning, and then for I just kept asking, and it was almost like he had like some kind of mental issue, just being bored and trying to stay. You know what I mean? Yeah. And the thing is, he's from our community, so it was like I just never know. Yeah, but he just kept asking questions about alcohol and like just about any person. I'm not just an endless encyclopedia of information. I'll give you, I do about a minute on just about a lot of topics, but not anymore. Man. I mean, that's like so in depth that I mean, what do I do? Everybody does. I'll go to AI, which not everybody does, but they should. If you want to really, really in depth, then you want to make it accurate. And um, when it comes to things, I'm going to start relying more on AI, just because I know it's accurate. Especially if somebody will come in here and ask me a question about Torah, which I mean, but I'm not almost hopeless to just be sitting here taking difficult questions. And so it happened before and I've been able to answer them. But I think I'm just going to start piecing it well. And somebody's like, Torah. But I'm going to talk about Torah a lot. So do I. And so what I do is I watch and we can talk about that. And but this way I know that I'm not guiding everybody in a different direction. Because frankly, for most of my life, but people don't want to abide by it. They just want to come in. And so, I understand that if they want to, that's fine. If they have a very, very deep question about any topic, like people do, if it's a general Halachic question, and I feel comfortable answering like a general I answer them, but I'm getting to the point where I don't. I haven't been wrong. Maybe I have been wrong a little bit here. Nothing on anything of important. Little things like I'll be like, I'll confuse two words or something like that. But I'm speaking very quickly. So was nothing major, and I want to continue that practice. And so I'm like, well, I'm at the point now where I can answer any question basically perfect. Why wouldn't I give people exactly correct answer every single time? And then give them my personal experience, my personal feelings. Do I ever see anything incorrect on AI? Yeah, I do. And that's why I can say, but in my opinion, in my this correct experience. But then you get, I feel the best of both worlds. You're going to get the exact right data that you need. And then I can say, but just make sure it's in the correct applicable scenario where someone might be saying, whatever the case may be, there's a human to it as well. But I feel I'm stronger than any rabbi that there's ever been because all of my answers are right, and then I have a human touch. You're not just getting AI, you're getting a rabbi that enforced with the Oh, one other thing I wanted to talk about that I didn't have a chance was this. Here's a list of technology that I want people to research. I think it's really important. Antimatter weaponry, weapons that utilize antimatter potentially capable of immense quantity and annihilation of matter and brain computer interface and direct communication pathway between the brain and external device, enabling control or communication without physical movement, paradigm preservation, the process of preserving biological tissues at extremely low temperatures to prevent decomposition, potentially enabling long-term storage of the bundle, force field, an energy barrier or shield that affects or absorbs threats, commonly depicted in science fiction as protective technology. Fusion power. A group of power generation appliances that energy released by nuclear fusion reaction, potentially providing abundant and clean energy. Gravity control. The ability to manipulate gravitational fields, potentially enabling energy systems, artificial gravity, and other advanced technologies. Hyperspace travel. Travel through higher dimensions, space, and alternate dimensions, potentially allowing accident like travel and exploration of distant regions. Invisibility cloak, a technology that renders objects invisible to camouflage by bending light around them, often depicted in fiction as a stealth device. Nanotechnology, the manipulation of humanity at the atomic or molecular scale to create materials, devices with doubtful properties or functions. And just so people are aware, I don't just want to be an expert in nanotechnology, been there, done that, application. I want to be an expert in peta technology, which is the one level lower. Reaction, like when absolutely. Excellent. You're fine. I of what technologies are. Call your mom, call your dad, call your brothers and sisters, text everybody you know to tell them to watch this street right because we are going viral. I am going to show you some magic. Joe, how are you? Moment. He was going to. I would invest in your cryptocurrency. No,
Sure.
I don't even appreciate it.
They speak.
Uh, you went self promotion. Self promotion. Post whatever you want in self promotion. What's the number? What's the name of your cryptocurrency? Okay, put it down there. Yep.
That the channel.
Doug, you can figure it out. If you can figure out a cryptocurrency, name it that. You can figure out where it says self promotion. There you go. You're smart enough. You can figure out how to press it, right? That's our best wishes to it. It has a chance to be very successful. Like I said, that's why we have free speech channels. So whatever you want. Yeah. Two. Yeah.
The for you.
No streamer.
Guy owed it.
It's like you're like what? It's like,
You know, you know, I love new words. I love words that make sense. This is a really good one. Xenoarchaeology, the study of alien civilization or artifacts, possibly through exploration of other planets. Xenoarchaeology, how cool it works. Anything that you have, it's an aspect, anything, click that, ask the question you want.
What's the problem?
Hey, any question that you have, just ask Rabbi anything, just put it in there. Right now, I'm preparing for a podcast that I'm going to do in a couple hours. But if you ask any question there, I'll do my best to provide the best answer possible. Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Just one moment. We just started this. So, one moment. Just one moment. Just one moment. I can't permission. Yes. Hang on. Ask me, please. You turn it
I am now yeah. Now,
down. Ask me anything that you want in there. Beautiful. Excellent. A terrace, a theoretical device that allows the observation of distant planets and devices possibly using advanced imaging rather than a telescope. A telescope. The concept of capturing so much energy to the heat, sun, and for transportation or power generation. Sky, a tethered structure in space designed to capture and accelerate objects that transport to and from the Earth. Orbital bridge, a circular structure in orbit that could facilitate transportation and heat transfer across the accurate timekeeping device position rather than the time. What we're looking for nuclear clock versus clock, but also there's another kind of clock. I think it's called an astral. Please.
Rabbi, usually bad, like Orthodox. All right. Why you
Right here. Off the side of my head.
to yes, don't you have to argue fully? So it's like but really want
I mean, like a ton. asking you? What do you mean? Do you get how the asking about if anything works? You think that that's the trait taken? Yeah, so that's not what that's.
Okay, well, because the way to access, I don't have access to it, right? So then
Hold on,
you
hold on.
should
That's what I.
so
That's what I know. Hold on, hold on. Just hold on. Just hold on. What happens when you are a tick in Astro?
some message you get.
But so let's try that.
Still the same thing. Same thing.
What happens in the future?
What kind of same thing.
It's not the same person. Okay. Um, and bed. So when you try to press that button, right?
Yeah. And oh, start
Okay, try it again.
uh,
Try it again.
and still up.
Okay.
And I hit
Okay. Yeah. I think it's this one. Hold on. I think it's this one. I'll try. Any different?
chat. Oh, why? That I don't have permission.
Perhaps. Listen. Yeah. Oh. Okay. create okay. Captain C,
Yes.
go and try it now. This time.
Oh, it's
Okay.
it's possible. I'm in the chat. I'm in the voice on that.
You're doing everything right. You're doing everything right. I everything for me. I'm turning on all the permissions right now for you try, you try it now. The rabbi
All right.
has rabbi.
So no permissions for that chat. But I do have permissions for the Ask Rabbi evening chat.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's rabbi. Oh, you went try that one.
But you wanted me to try the creative channel.
That's okay.
Oh man, I'm so sorry. There's no problem. Yeah, that one I've never had access to write. The Ask Rabbi.
Okay, I'm sorry. You forget create support. Don't worry about that. That's it. Ask rabbi. That's the only one you should be doing. That's fine.
Yeah.
Not right. There's a button. That's what I. You don't see anything in there that says
No,
tick tool.
no. I just have to write this channel.
Okay. So the first thing you see is I release question. Okay.
So,
No. Permission.
I wonder.
Okay, so this stuff happened. Okay, there should be. Application commands. Members have their type. Thing. You see below where you said hi, it says ticket created. There's no yeah, no, I know it is there. And it should be. But when you click on Ask Rabbi and everything, right below where you said hi.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not. Yeah. This one, I can change. You don't need people to can you see it now? So hi is the last thing you see. Right? Okay. Okay. And Those are three things I'm going to keep covered. Last teaching of and both had a closing request training community, premium mission, help return one that hung up to the invite ticket holders to invite and send it out to the camp. Invite so check each mission and why can't people see troubleshooting? I just set up to continue. Category. All right, can you check now? No. Okay, now check. No, I'm just creating. I'm creating. Not that you have to create. I just don't. Um, I gotta just create. I don't. I feel bad. I just don't. Dude, what are you talking about? It works exactly right. Do you see it says free ticket?
Uh, where? Look at this Rabbi. Where's the seat?
It says ticket to ask Rabbi anything. And then it's like an envelope. I just created a brand new account, and I think that's it. I appreciate it. Yeah, no. Um, yeah. So leave the Discord and come back. Not the whole thing. You don't have to leave it. It's just towards Discord and come back. I need to try this.
I knew I should have left fucking this chat.
So do I.
No, I
You press it once.
get
Thank you.
I've seen this before. I've seen it. It says, oh, that was good.
Hold on a second. Though. Gonna- I Permission. Okay.
And I can about
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. Okay. Will you try to create? No,
Discord.
no. I apologize. Not any. Apologies. What I said before asking. Can you please click a new app Rabbi?
I'll take a minute. I've already been going for the hour.
Perfect. Hold on. Perfect. Let me.
Filter. Beautiful.
Yeah. Well, thank God. How are you?
Well, that series.
Yeah. It's a lot.
Yes.
Hi, Bobby.
All right.
Bobby, I'm gonna be doing an interview in a little bit, which is very exciting. I streamer named Ori. His name is Ori. Orei.
I've been exciting
thought I made it. I spoke with questions myself.
Oh, how's that been? Okay. We'll see you.
You know, I was like, I was believing. I never really thought. So that I had some interesting point. Given that Catholics, as we go, more than
Traditionally, yeah. But I can tell you that some of the beliefs that you have are, I'm sure we share, in particular things like
the main purposes of the ending or I don't. I don't think that's okay.
oh, I would-
That's
historically it's been stated that I think that Judaism is no different.
this is the main separate of like Catholics. Jesus Christ said that there are not just people who have this in there. Absolutely. That's what the guys were.
Apologies if I'm not more vocal perfect for yes. I have a couple hours to do.
I understand.
I'll tell you this. Let me put it to you this way. Everybody can agree on this. If you want to believe in God, whether you believe in a God or not, Protestant, Catholic, Muslim, you are Taoist, you are Hindu, whatever. You don't believe anything, you're secular, whatever. What everyone I feel can agree on is this. If you believe in a God, that God is what is that? Basically, all those people, including Jews, Christians, Muslims, Taoists, Confucianists, Hindus, secular, whatever, they want to believe in something bigger. That's fine. That's energy. Scientists believe in energy. Secular people believe in energy. Non-Catholic people believe in
I guess Rabbi. Anyways, yeah,
energy. Thank you. I will tag everybody when I'm done, and be sure to watch it. I'm going to close your coin, okay? Everyone.
it's not a relationship.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. And you should know that, at least in the way that I envision Judaism, that we can all be chosen. So don't feel that that's a limitation for anyone.
you understand what I said there before. There's 5% Jewish people think one people that yes. Yeah.
You study Kabbalah, one um, work by experience that you know, get out, starting a family in order to study Kabbalah. Additionally, Kabbalah one should be at least 40 years old and should have aspect of life, such as raising of a family, common marriage, um, and I not at 40 years old have I your best resource book or travel who is 40 years old and has raised. Hi. Can you hear me? Can you try to support ticket to put the hash me after the movie? No, I created. Um, seven is for support. No, seven is for oh, okay. Um, let's see. The support is going to just Okay. Now would you please press? For need support cookie and another for
that have the same come back and that stuff.
it does. You
Yeah.
Thanks. Oh, okay. Support. Roll. Increase. No fucking way. Same shit happened to me working when I closed and came back to work. Can you check it now? Here. Okay, cool. I answered all those next questions answers. If they need it, yeah, hopefully answer them. Okay. Time is really important. There are types of clocks that are more accurate than we currently know. And I just quickly looked at the note on it, and they or maybe um, oh, atomic clock, nuclear clock, lattice clock, like a nuclear clock utilizes nuclear potentially clock really greater accuracy and can clocks by measuring the energy levels of atomic nuclear. Optical lattice clock uses atom shaft achieving precision by measuring quantum clock. Exploit quantum providing unprecedented accuracy. I just think people get really, really specific about shit. They don't realize that like the clocks we use are basically bullshit. Even atomic clocks aren't that good in comparison to nuclear clocks and like astral clocks. Astral clocks are way more accurate. So it's just like if people are like, "Hey, you're late, but you're on time." According to whom? Like according to this fucking thing that we say, but that's not even that good. my cat. I'm excited about this interview. I'm more excited about this interview than I was the other one, or I shouldn't say this excited one. But I know the streamer a little bit better than I know the other streamer, and so I know. I mean, I think I know. I'll just let me whatever, which is the best thing you can do. Just let me wind up and fucking take off. If you want to go in there, you can just fucking ask me every fucking question that you can. That's cool too. Just save it for the end. I mean, people want to be like, "Hey, what do you stream?" You're like, "Dog, I'm getting in that. Come on, let me fucking take off." Part of the spiel. Okay, so I went through with this. And I tell everybody and do a shout out for my shit. Um, watching my first viewers come here, plenty of brothers and sisters. Everyone you know, uh, everyone you know, peace, everyone you know. Here's my art. Here's our. Gotta watch this. And that's it.
Thank you. It's nice.
anti-global. It's been I've been live streaming when I started. It was like 2 weeks ago, it was like 7 cents. Last week, it's 31 cents. It has like a $300 million market cap, so it's very serious. Ross has said that he's going to buy into it allegedly. He's not anybody else should this book because it's going to be really big. So my live streaming Telegram 24/7. Over here, I'm in some Discord. Oh yeah, this is a big deal, my friend. On YouTube here. The different platforms are YouTube, Discord, Telegram. I'm live on Twitch, Rumble, I'm live on Africa. I'm live on YouNow. I'm live on. It's really pretty phenomenal, and I do my best to be uncanceled. So if you do something where I think that's fun, I'm still archived on all over the internet. And some of my streams are even labeled with my name. So there's something archived for the world. And I've done what I can do essentially during the time cancel. That's about the coordination of a kid. You've been able to watch my life in 360 degrees, 24/7 for more than 3 years. I'm going to find out about this. It's going to be very, very exciting. I think it's definitely place to do a lot of with great question. So one of the things that we are doing is our best not to film, so to speak. So if I do anything, just under the colors and no one knows how to do under the colors. I do my best to essentially retain as best as possible. The more I retain, the better the coin goes. Marketing cap. Here, let me do. So over here behind me. All the other really get the TV working with it would be it's in South Korea. Over here in my kickbox, so this is the kickbox. So here it is, email. And shout out to Santa Maria, excellent admin. I'm going to make your platform bigger than any platform in history. So this is just temporary. So I go viral. Everybody. So shout out to any of these wonderful platforms. I'd like to clear. He received see my I don't rap like that, so whoever did that, they unfortunately make something worse. They just went out there. To those guys. So what you're asking here is that you're going to type an email address. It's getting that 6-digit code that everybody needs. Log into their account. It's doing it all on using my answer. And it's not going to them. This is for any and Maria. This is doing it only for you have some user. They're trying to join your platform and they're able to